Up on all your summer needs at the best prices guaranteed at Fleet Farm. And check out even more weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. Get sale discounts store-wide all month long. What a great time to shop for all of your Christmas needs. Get your holiday decor and so much more, along with all the great bargains we always have for you. It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
It might be showtime in LA, but in Milwaukee, there's a new star on the rise.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. What a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The Brewers and the Dodgers face off in Milwaukee. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05 on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Today is Tuesday, July 8th. Our top story, preparedness questioned in Central Texas.
I'm Erik Bilstad, a setback for a Milwaukee County judge.
I'm Debbie Laziga, and we start off with some problems. The exit to County Line Road, or Highway Q, from southbound 41, that ramp is closed right now because of a crash. It looks like it's a semi that went off into the grass there, and so they're going to have to try and get that out of there. That might be closed for a while, so heads up with that. The rest of the system is actually looking pretty good. No other delays, really. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today, partly cloudy, chance of scattered showers. In fact, a little bit of rain in Washington and Sheboygan counties at the moment. That appears to be moving out. High 81, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers tonight, low down to 67. Right now it's 66 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, search for victims of the Independence Day flooding continues. There's a debate raging over the lack of warning to residents and visitors to Central Texas before the deluge began.
The downpour began before dawn on Friday when people were asleep in their beds, their RVs, or in tents in the many campgrounds along the Guadalupe River. On Fox News, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says,
had we had sirens along this area, up and down, it's possible that would have saved some of these lives.
He intends to bring up the issue during the current special session of the state legislature, with an eye toward providing state funding for Hill Country flood sirens. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Kerrville, Texas.
The flooding in Texas has states across the country evaluating emergency preparedness. Now, the National Weather Service office in Texas was fully staffed, according to WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen, but he says timing may have been a factor.
Right in the middle of the night, there's no worse time, right? It's to have dangerous weather, be it a hurricane or a tornado or a flood, than in the middle of the night.
Again, the death toll in that flooding so far is more than 100 at the moment.
A setback for a Milwaukee County judge indicted on federal obstruction charges.
Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan's legal team has been trying to get her case dismissed. She's accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the courthouse. Now, a federal judge is recommending against dropping the charges. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Donald Trump has immunity. The judge for Dugan's trial, U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, will make the final decision. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
Judge Dugan due back in court on Wednesday.
Decision Wisconsin. Governor Evers is taking a victory lap to highlight the state's new 2-year budget. With the budget now signed, the question for the governor now is when he'll announce if he's running for another term.
I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe.
Is there a strong possibility that you could run out of the budget is done? It's a hot topic.
To me, there's 2 options. Thank God there's not 10. We'll get it done.
Governor visited Joe's Early Learning Academy in Milwaukee on Monday to kick off a statewide budget tour.
Shorewood police now releasing body camera video of the officer-involved shooting and a murder on Thursday.
Shots fired! Shots fired! I'm hit!
34-year-old Victoria Truss died in the early morning shooting near Olive Street in Bartlett. That's just off of Oakland Avenue in Shorewood. Police identifying another person who died in connection with the incident. 34-year-old Michael Griffin of Shorewood. 2 other people, including a Shorewood police officer, were injured. Expected to be okay. That shooting suspect fled, was chased hours later through Milwaukee before, according to authorities, opening fire on police. Police killed that suspect near 6th and Reservoir.
Following a dinner in Washington with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Trump says he wants Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire this week.
President Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met at the White House Monday evening, where the 2 leaders were expected to discuss a new nuclear agreement with Iran following last month's strikes, as well as a proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which the president insisted was ongoing.
I don't think there's a holdup.
Do you think that you're going to?
I think things are going along very well.
Erica Brown, CBS News, the White House.
Coming up, bet on Beloit and the billionaire behind it. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:05.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
Networks, streaming services, retail chains, and tech giants are all adding plus to their names. But where did the concept originate? We may be biased, but we think these big wigs found their inspiration for plus at Hasseless Mattress. Hasseless showrooms are employee-free. Give your mattress a try with no pushy sales guy. Plus, our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Plus, unbeatable prices on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, free next-day delivery and setup. Plus, free haul away and disposal of your old mattress. Plus, 60-month interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic with approved credit. Plus, a $300 MasterCard gift card with your Tempur-Pedic mattress. Plus, a ruggedly handsome spokesman with a smooth radio voice. Get all this, plus a whole lot more when you shop at Hasseless Mattress. Or maybe we should change our name to Hasseless Plus. Nah. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasseless.com.
I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. Our business leaders value downtown Milwaukee.
I'm Al Orr, CEO of Reinhardt. Our headquarters, overlooking City Hall, reflects our commitment to a thriving downtown. We're proud that its growing built environment continues to be shaped by the dedication of our attorneys and clients to constantly improving the city we call home.
Get down to business at MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech decking installer. We install anything decks and more. Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:07.
The new guy makes a statement for the Brewers. Sports at 6:15.
A new target area for investigators looking for a Pewaukee native who's wanted for killing his children. ABC's Allison Kosick has more from the Northwest.
The manhunt for a former U.S. soldier wanted for murdering his 3 young daughters is intensifying. Travis Decker has been on the run for more than a month, and now authorities are focusing their search on part of Sawtooth National Forest in Idaho, about 600 miles from where Decker was last seen in Washington. Officials say he's known to hitchhike, so local drivers should not pick anyone
A
up.
$20,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest.
You may have seen or heard the warnings before. Lithium-ion batteries can cause fires, particularly on planes. It appears to have happened again. Matt Piper from CBS News.
A Delta flight made an emergency landing in Fort Myers after a portable battery caught fire in someone's bag. Here's the pilot talking to the tower from liveatc.net.
So the backpack has been contained. We think it was a lithium battery that caused the smoke and the fire. It's in a containment bag.
The airline says flight attendants quickly extinguished the flames, and all 191 people on board were not injured. So far this year, according to the FAA, there have been 34 incidents involving lithium batteries, 11 of which were due to battery packs. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Back here at home, Beloit, Wisconsin is about to be thrust into the national spotlight.
A new home renovation show called Betting on Beloit premieres on A&E this Saturday. But this isn't just any home reno show.
My name is Kanya Hendrick-Shue, and I'm a broker and a businesswoman.
The star of the show is the daughter of the most successful businesswoman in Wisconsin, the co-founder of Beloit-based ABC Supply.
Topping the Forbes self-made women's list for the 7th year in a row, billionaire Diane Hendricks.
Kanya Hendrick-Shue tells us she and her mother just want to give back to the city that built them.
Beloit been voted at one point in time the worst city to live in Wisconsin. Now we're just trying to change that narrative.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
If you've been to Beloit in the last several years, like you can physically see the imprint that Hendricks family has on that community. Like they literally, some of their names are on the buildings. It's like, all right, she's been here. I can see what you did here. The ballpark there as well. Like definitely improvements there. 6:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Summer is finally here. We're outside and maybe noticing the condition of our old windows. Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors, your local experts in stylish, energy-efficient replacement windows. Boost your curb appeal with top brands like Pella, Anderson, and Marvin, tailored to fit your home, your style, and your budget. Plus, installation by employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, fiberglass, all on display in their newly remodeled New Berlin showroom. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
This Saturday only from the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. Enjoy 2 prime rib, shrimp scallop, and salmon dinners for just $69.99. Call and reserve your free dinner today. foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Checking in with Debbie here on 611.
Okay, well, we do still have this accident on the off-ramp from southbound 41 to County Line Road or Highway Q. It is a semi that went off into the ditch there, so it's going to take a bit for them to get this out of there. So just be extra careful if you're heading through there. That exit is closed, obviously, so you're not going to be able to use that off-ramp to get to Highway Q. If you do have to get to Highway Q, I would say go a little bit further to about Pilgrim Road, and you can go north up to County Line Road from Pilgrim Road. So the Pilgrim Road off-ramp, I should say. Rest of the system looking good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Isolated to scattered rain showers and a couple thunderstorms for today with high temperatures in the lower 80s. Plenty of dry time in between. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Still a small chance for a couple showers and storms mainly early. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Highs a bit cooler by the lake in the upper 70s. Lower 80s inland. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High temperatures upper 70s lakeside. Low to mid 80s inland. Friday, partly cloudy skies throughout the day. More humidity returns with a chance for some scattered showers and storms later in the day, highs in the 80s, and the chance for some scattered showers and storms for Friday night into Saturday morning, highs Saturday afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 66 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Well, it's happening today. You'll hear all the stories about it. You'll see all the stories about it.
I feel the conflict within you, young Bilstad.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
You don't want to talk about it, but you have to.
One of the most hyped or overhyped shopping events of the year.
Amazon Prime Day is here.
Yes. Amazon Prime Day is now underway.
So you are now guilty of that which you raise your arms up over all the time. Why is this a news story? Yet.
Here we are. So starting today, Amazon is holding its Prime Day promotional sale. It actually lasts 4 days. It's not just for today. So 4 days of the fun, says CBS News tech contributor Ian Scher.
Amazon's Prime Day sale in the summer has gone from a kind of silly moment into a genuine shopping holiday, which has multiple retailers now participating to compete with all of the traffic Amazon generates.
Yeah. So Walmart and Target have to hold their own rival sales to try to chip away at what Amazon does this week. It's really quite ridiculous.
Are these running concurrently?
Oh, yeah.
Like that's happening at the same time?
Yep. They're going to offer some deals, too. So how much money is going to be spent this week? Well, okay, so listen to this. This is lead insights analyst Vivek Pandya about some of the amount of money used.
When you think about the level of spending that happens across Black Friday and Cyber Monday, that's usually around 18 to 19 billion.
Okay, so you see that for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, that's usually 18 to 19 billion. Those are some pretty big days, right?
Yeah, historically the biggest days.
Okay, listen to this.
And for the Prime event this year, we're expecting 23.8 billion.
So it's going to be nearly $24 billion. That's more. That's more than Cyber Monday or Black Friday. And this is just Amazon Prime Day for one specific company to sell stuff.
I'll tell you what, like it's effective in that I'm not in the market for much right now, but you've almost forced me to at least take a look. Like, I don't know, I'm missing out.
I'm on it.
Must be missing out on the big deals, Deb.
I just want them to buy a commercial. That's all I ask. Like we've already seen like the B and C stories, the other angles of this, Debbie, like here's how you don't get scammed on Amazon Prime Day. Like we're already getting to that line of this story. Like, okay, what's next? What can you find? Here's hidden gems, how you don't get scammed, et cetera, et cetera. So
we need a new angle for Erik.
I think he's doing pretty good. 6:15 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The next time you're due for service, visit richlands.com to schedule an appointment at any of our 5 conveniently located facilities.
All AAA approved and all staffed by ASE certified technicians ready to serve you.
Richlands.
We are cooling off a bit this week in the Storm Team forecast with the high temperatures in the low to mid 80s. How'd your air conditioner do over the holiday? Vince Vitrano here for Urban Heating and Cooling. Time to get my man Ryan out there to have a look. Everybody needs an HVAC guy. And if your air conditioner is really struggling, this would be a great week to get on the schedule as things have settled down a little bit. Ryan can get out to your house for an AC tune-up, get that thing running more efficiently, or maybe it's time for an upgrade. Is your unit the right size for the job that you're asking it to do? Ryan will give you an honest assessment. And if it is time for a new unit or a big project, Urban Heating and Cooling can offer financing options to make it more affordable. I've got your HVAC guy. Tell him Vinny sent you. It's urbanheatingandcooling.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers and Dodgers again tonight at American Family Field. Game 1 of a 3-game set against the best in the West went about as well as you could ask. Brewers win 9-1, and maybe the biggest winner wasn't even on the field. General Manager Matt Arnold traded pitcher Aaron Savale, who was unhappy that he wasn't going to be a starter anymore, for a guy nobody'd ever heard of who was playing in the minor leagues for one of the worst teams in the game. And wouldn't you know, it worked out.
The day started with handshakes and nice to meet you. It ended with a victory, thanks to Andrew Vaughn.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left.
Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
Jeff Levering on the call. From the former White Sox, Vaughn.
Yeah, that was pretty special. Just wanted to come in to the Brewers organization and do what I can to help the guys win. It was a long, exciting day, but, it ended up pretty good.
From American Family Field, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
So Brewers and Dodgers again tonight, 6:40 first pitch at American Family Field.
Ooh, that's right. One night only.
The Miz.
Tonight's the night. Get your tickets now. The Miz returns to AmFam Field. Of course, we're talking about rookie phenom Jacob Mizorowski.
He is putting on a show.
That's right, Jeff. He is putting on a show tonight, along with special guest, future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw.
Open up the velvet rope and let him in.
Yes.
Clayton Kershaw.
Welcome to the red carpet, Mr. Kershaw. Your dinner is ready. Kershaw just became the 20th player in history to record 3,000 strikeouts. First ballot Hall of Famer. They throw roses at this guy after the shows.
Kershaw doffing his cap to the crowd. This adoring crowd here at Dodger Stadium.
So you have future Hall of Famer versus future Hall of Famer tonight at American Family.
Easy now.
Critics raving about the show.
That was filthy.
Yes. And a quick reminder.
We may never see a moment like this again.
Miz Kershaw tonight at American Family Field.
Boy, did that set up right again.
Yeah, isn't that nice how that works out? Hey, by the way, it is official. The Bucks confirm a flurry of moves. Damian Lillard officially waived. Miles Turner, Bobby Porter, Kevin Porter Jr. all officially signed. Brooks Lopez, Pat Connaughton, both former Bucks. The team's social media site posting multiple thank yous and tributes to those guys, which they sorely deserve.
About time for an official news conference, don't you think?
Yeah, you would
think.
think.
Can we have some sort of announcement?
Would we get some kind of intro for Miles
Meet the
Turner?
guys?
Yeah, right?
Something like that. So
yeah, maybe.
Watch for that in the days ahead. 6:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, this is WTMJ's Steve Scavini here to talk about my brand new show, WTMJ Outdoors, every Saturday afternoon, 2 to 3 on 620 WTMJ. We love the outdoors in the great state of Wisconsin and beyond. We're going to talk with outdoors experts, bicycling, resort owners, rock climbers, hunting and fishing, camping. I even talked to AV owners and operators, all things Wisconsin outdoors. Join us every Saturday, 2 to 3, right here on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. You're getting up this morning, you're starting to stretch a little bit, you're having that coffee, and you're like, yep, knee's still doing it. Still doing it. Shoulder, yeah, it's still there, letting me know that it's there and hurting all the time. And you've done everything. And you don't want to do the knife anymore. You don't even want to think about going under the knife. You're done with the medicine. The PT doesn't seem to be doing anything. Well, it's time to call QC Kinetics. Leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. The time is now. Call it. QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. All it takes is a phone call. You can spend an hour meeting with them, and I'll tell you this, though. Whenever you do meet with these folks, 70% of those who do end up getting that treatment started that same day. QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry. I love Guthrie and Fry. I've got their water softener, the salt delivered right to the basement. Their RO system, which filters the water in our house. What we drink, what we cook with, is crisp, clean, clear. It's Guthrie and Fry water conditionings, the best in the business. They also provide well pump system service, routine service, and emergency service. For when you need it, they've been doing that since 1974. At Guthrie and Fry, they know that better water makes a big difference. The teams I trust are at Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
Checking in with Debbie Lazico, watching this situation on I-41 this morning.
Yeah, it's on the southbound side at County Line Road. That off-ramp right now is closed because of this crash. The semi that went off into the ditch there. So it's going to be there for a while they try and get this thing out of there. At the moment, we've got pretty good ride, maybe a quick tap of the brake southbound past Capitol Drive. The rest of the system is looking pretty good. I'm not really seeing any other delays. I'm Debbie Lazico with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. Well, we do have a chance for scattered showers today under partly cloudy skies, and tonight a slight chance of showers, so hopefully they can keep that roof open. High 81 degrees, 67 the low tonight. Wednesday, partly cloudy, high 77 lakeside, 81 inland, mostly sunny on Thursday. 83 degrees your high temperature, a little bit cooler near the lake. Friday, cloudy, humid once again with thunderstorms possible late in the day and a high of 83. Saturday, a thunderstorm chance, mainly early, high 84. Right now, 66.
A change is afoot at the airport.
See what you did there.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. A major shift for anyone who flies. For the past 20 years or so, TSA has asked travelers to do this.
All removed footwear should be placed soles down on the X-ray conveyor belt or in a bin with nothing in, on, or under the footwear.
Take your shoes off, put them on the conveyor belt there while you're going through security before you get on the plane, right?
We've been taking shoes off for like 20 years, right?
Yeah, since like 06.
Okay.
There's the whole Richard Reed thing. Remember him, the shoe bomber? That kind of started the whole idea behind it. So the agency has not officially announced the change yet, but TSA policy appears to be taking effect at airports across the country, saying keep your shoes on. Travelers will not need to take your shoes off anymore.
To get rid of this rule, I think is a good thing because there are other systems in place, some seen, some not seen, that are protecting travelers from explosives and other contraband.
That's Todd Curtis. He's with airsafe.com. He's a safety consultant there. So you remember this. You remember back Richard Reed, shoe bomber. That was 01. So that was December of 2001. That was just a couple of months after 9/11. And he tried to light his shoes on fire. They're packed with explosives. He's currently serving 3 life sentences without parole, so he's never going to see the light of day again for trying to do that. After that happened, a couple of years later, we just decided, okay, it's time to get these shoes off.
Was having people take their shoes off a bit of an overreaction? Having that rule for 20 years, I think it was.
Yeah, so what Todd Curtis is saying is basically we have better technology now. We have the body scans. We have all these different ways to like sweep a body, if you will, that you just don't need to do it anymore.
Over the years, TSA and their partner agencies have instituted all sorts of changes in procedures and technology to find out things like explosives and incendiaries.
Yeah, so that if they need to do something more specific because of a red flag that pops up or, if, okay, wait, let's check this passenger here, they can do that. They don't need you to take your shoes off.
The suggestion here is not that we've decided this is no longer a thing or no longer a safety concern. It's that we have a better way to do this than to have every man, woman, and child walking through TSA, struggling to get their shoes off, put them in the bin, check everything, recombobulation zone here in Milwaukee, get your stuff back in order.
So
what about the belts? Do we still have to take those off?
Good question.
Probably.
Don't know anything about the belts yet. The change is already in effect at some airports. You'll have to ask today. If you're going to the airport today and they ask you to take them off, just say to them, hey, well, when are you guys going to be
I wish they'd have like a standard, though, across all airports because there's some that make you take off your belt and some that don't.
Right, the consistency.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and here's the other thing, Debbie. You know what? What about pre-check? I pay money for pre-check.
Me too.
And that's money worth spending. It's worth every dime. The problem is that, like, what's the point of you're gonna force passengers to not pay money for a pre-check if there's nothing they're gonna get out of it? Half the reason I did pre-check is because it's a lot quicker to just walk through and not have to unstrap everything, take everything out of my bag, take your shoes off, and all
Eric's
that.
now upset that they've let the public into his country club. I paid good money. I paid a $10,000 initiation fee to belong to this club.
But hey, the agency likes that money
for sure.
So if you're not going to offer,
and it goes to support these types of security.
And if you're not going to offer things for those passengers, they're going to stop paying for it if they're not going to get something from it.
My guess is the lines will still be right in general.
Yeah,
although there have been occasions where we've flown and where the pre-check, if you're flying at a time that it's not very busy, you might see that pre-check line is not that much faster than the other line. So that's fine too.
There's some airports, though, you need pre-check. I don't know about you, Debbie, but Seattle, you can't go to Seattle without pre-check.
Orlando, Debbie.
Orlando's pretty, Although, actually, no, you're right. Orlando is like one of the worst ones. There was one other one, I can't remember what it was. It was down in the south, maybe Atlanta or something, where the pre-check line was like way longer than the regular line. And we're like, which one should we... don't we just go to the regular one?
Yeah. And what shoes should we wear? Well, it's happening. Don't know how quickly it'll happen in Milwaukee, but they're not going to ask you to take your shoes off.
Clean socks for everyone.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 422 points in trading on Monday, down almost 1% to 44,406. The NASDAQ closed at 20,413. That was off also nearly 1%. In the S&P 500, down about 50 points to 6230. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
We've saved our clients over $19 million in real estate commission. I say this because that's a pretty big number. But at Century 21 Benefit Realty, it's really not about being a top volume agency. Over here, it's more about you. And at 1.9% commission and no more than $19,000 commission, for the listing side of your sale, no matter what size property you're selling, you will save substantially. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. First off, our 1.9% commission structure helps get their foot in the door, and that's why agents like working here. But what they really like is having the strongest marketing tools available, with the resources to help them sell homes at the highest prices to satisfy their clients. Century 21 Benefit Realty offers what agents like most, and that's to help them be successful. If you really want to believe in the business model that you're representing, give me a call. I'm Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty. Call me, and let's talk about your future. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Hey, Milwaukee, if you missed out on the best summer savings for furniture, appliances, and mattresses, don't worry. Kohlder's is extending their 4th of July weekend sale through this Sunday. For one more week, shop Kohlder's unbeatable store-wide discounts on top of their sale and clearance prices. John Mercure here. I just shopped at Kohlder's. It's the best quality. It's the best sales team. It's the most beautiful showrooms. And now, save 60% on furniture and mattresses. Take an additional 10% off. Stack your discounts only during Kohlder's extended 4th of July weekend sale. Save big on sofas, sectionals, dining tables, bedroom sets, and more. Use the code WEEKEND10 at checkout, in-store, or online. And the savings don't stop there. Take an additional 5% off appliances at Kohlder's with the code WEEKEND5. That's on top of prices you won't find anywhere else. Now's the time to upgrade your kitchen or laundry appliances at Kohlder's. Don't miss out on Kohlder's 4th of July weekend sale, now extended through Sunday, July 13th. Shop in-store or online at Kohlder's.com.
Get more for your money at Kohlder's.
We've got some backups on 41 southbound because of the semi that actually came off of the roadway on the Highway Q off-ramp. That ramp is closed right now, so keep that in mind if you're going to be heading through that. Also delays south of Appleton Avenue down towards Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast a high of 81 degrees today under partly cloudy skies. Chance of scattered showers. There's some rain activity in northern Washington and Sheboygan counties at the moment. Tonight's low down to 67 degrees with a slight chance of showers.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The number of people who died when flash flooding struck central Texas now exceeds 100 and is expected to keep on rising. ABC's Jim Ryan is along the Guadalupe River in Kerrville, Texas.
The tragedy hits home for some well-known figures,
My daughters have gone to summer camp here for 10 years.
including Senator Ted Cruz.
Just last week, Heidi was in town picking our youngest daughter, Catherine, up from camp.
So caught up now in pretending.
Country singer Pat Green has posted that his brother, his sister-in-law, and their 2 children are missing after the flooding here in the Hill Country. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Kerrville, Texas.
After saying a week ago the U.S. would hold back delivering any more weapons to Ukraine, President Trump now says the U.S. will have to send those weapons, in the president's words, because they're being hit hard right now. Hopes for a ceasefire in the Israeli shelling of Gaza. Israel and Hamas saying they both want a deal for a 60-day pause in fighting that would allow for at least 10 hostages to be released. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, City of Milwaukee planning an update today on efforts to crack down on illegal dumping. In spring, Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson announced the city would begin a pilot program where they deploy hidden cameras in an effort to catch offenders in the act of illegal dumping, particularly tires. Well, the Department of Neighborhood Services reporting now that 2 people have been fined $25,000 for that illegal dumping. The Common Council voted unanimously to approve a flat $5,000 fine for illegal dumping back in April.
A federal judge's report deals a setback to the Milwaukee judge facing federal obstruction charges. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph is recommending against granting a motion to dismiss Judge Hannah Dugan's case. She writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump has immunity. Judge Dugan, accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the Milwaukee courthouse. She does have a scheduling conference set for tomorrow.
Police identified the person who died in an officer-involved shooting connected with a homicide in Shorewood. 34-year-old Michael Griffin of Shorewood died on Thursday morning. This began when police were responding to that shooting just off of Oakland Avenue. Olive and Bartlett, a suspect, had fired shots at officers. 34-year-old Victoria Truss was killed. 2 other people, including a Shorewood officer, were injured. Then later, that suspect led officers on a chase that ended in Milwaukee. No officers were injured during that vehicle pursuit.
Learning the identity of a man arrested following a deadly stabbing near Oshkosh Park, Dante Riley, 19 years old, was booked on first-degree intentional homicide over the weekend. Oshkosh police found a man dead with several stab wounds on the driver's side of a vehicle near Menominee Park Saturday night in the Oshkosh area. Investigators believe a fight began between several people at that park, which escalated.
Another wave of Walgreens closures in southeast Wisconsin. 76th Street in Milwaukee will close its pharmacy July 1st. The rest of the store July 28th. Racine's Memorial Drive location planning to close August 5th. Pharmacy inside Wisconsin Avenue, Milwaukee here location is closing. The front end of the store will remain open. Walgreens announcing plans to close 1,200 stores across the country over the next 3 years.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
Traffic sponsored by Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield. Visit holtebeck.com.
Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield makes vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Learn more at holtebeck.com.
Coming up, who wants all this stuff?
Get 0% interest for up to 5 years if you order by July 31st at PellaWI.com. For windows with the strongest resilience, you need the Pella Experience.
The biggest thing for us in the Experience Center was the collaboration with the team. We were able to come in and sit down and go over a bunch of different options, and it wasn't just us dictating what we wanted.
They asked us things we didn't even know or think about, from colors to hardware, and because of that, we were able to get the best possible look for our home.
Hi, I'm Gina Della from Pella. Just like Jim and Haley, you too can see, feel, open, close, and compare dozens of window and door options from 7 different Pella lines, side by side, at our Pella Experience Center in Brookfield. And today is a great day to stop by because right now you can get 0% interest for up to 5 years. The Pella Experience Center is on Blue Mountain Road, kitty corner to delicious Cops. With a range of affordable options and products assembled in the USA, get the look you want at a price you can afford. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Certain restrictions apply in 7/31/2025.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Get in on Brewers and Nationals action July 11th through the 13th. Celebrate with the crew at the Negro Leagues tribute game on the 11th and get a 90s throwback jersey on the 12th. Get your seats now at brewers.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Freddie shines, The Miz throws tonight, sports at 6:45.
What do you do with this stuff? Disneyland, getting ready to throw its annual Lost and Found sale.
Ooh, I bet there's some good stuff in there.
So, yeah, they do this every year. You know how this goes with the Lost and Found. Who knows what people are going to leave at the Disneyland location. They sell all the stuff people left and didn't claim gets sold for a song. There are thousands of sunglasses. They sell them for $1 each.
Okay, probably some nice ones in there.
Yeah, probably.
Right?
This one shocked me. Strollers, they sell for $5.
How do you leave a stroller?
Well, if you just push in a cruddy one and after a long day and it's busting up.
We're done here. Well, they're not going to send busted up stuff, right?
Well, that's a good point. Electronics, cameras.
That you would expect.
Even medical equipment. Wheelchairs? Canes now.
There again, how did you get back to the parking lot?
Didn't need it. Perhaps you just took that wheelchair in because it cuts lines for you.
For $1.
Oh, I see what Eric is suggesting, Deb, that you might get the fast pass because
yeah,
you're
not allowed to do
injured.
that anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, they've cracked down on that. Let's see here. Tons and tons of Mickey ears they also sell. So they do this for a reason. They're not just getting more money from your stuff. The proceeds go to the Southern California Goodwill. So Disneyland getting all the stuff that's left there.
Is it online or is it like
you can go there and get it all.
It doesn't seem very Disney to have a tent sale. That seems a little bit below the Disney bar.
I don't think this is an Amazon Prime thing. Right. That's what you're asking. Where
they do have actually a kind of a warehouse thing that you have to be a cast member or a friend of cast member to go in. I have a friend who worked at Disneyland, and we went into that particular thing, and they had like old stuff. They had all sorts of stuff that they weren't like necessarily discounted. Maybe a little bit, but not that much. But things that you can't normally find in any other place. So.
Okay, well, if they'll do that, the vintage stuff maybe, but then they also just have sunglasses.
Right.
So
well,
there you go.
Might be some Ray-Bans in there.
Online would be awesome, though.
On Wisconsin's Morning News. I thought I was in better health than this. It's actually something I hear often from my fellow patients at Connect Chiropractic. Vince Vitrano here, joined by Dr. Alex Young. And Doc, that is a common theme. Some folks come to you for a very specific thing, right? They've got an injury, a tweak, headaches, what have you. Others simply to just feel better overall.
Yeah, a lot of people come to us with a list, a big list of symptoms. But some people come to us in what they think is great health. Sometimes we find out different. Sometimes we find out that's true.
Sarah is with us this morning. She's one of my fellow patients. And Sarah, yours is kind of the story I was referring to. You didn't know how much better you could be feeling until you started feeling so much better.
Exactly. I was... consider myself in pretty good health. I'm a martial artist. I'm a mom of active boys. So, overall, I just was like, okay, everything's functioning fine. I don't have too many issues. Yeah, occasional twinge, tweak here and there, but nothing crazy.
What feels so much better now for you?
Oh my gosh, my energy, my sleep is better. My whole household's energy just feels like when I started improving, getting to be in a better mood, having more energy, I was able to connect better with my family. And now my family's all under care too. So all of us have just had this kind of openness happen just because we are all feeling better than we thought we could feel.
Well, and you mentioned the kids, young athletes, right? Like yourself.
Yes,
so it helped them there too?
Yes, absolutely. My oldest came in for some hip pain. He's a martial artist and a karate instructor. So he has been feeling great.
Dr. Alex, I feel better is not exactly a data-driven metric. Can you talk a little bit about the measures and the tools that you use to make sure that people are progressing?
Absolutely. So, so many people want to base their health off of feeling, but your health is so much more than that. It's all about function. So we measure function in the office using two different tools. It's called a SEMG, a surface electromyography, and a thermography assessment. It lets us see how your nervous system, how your body's functioning.
Get started now. It's Go Connect Chiro. That's goconnectchiro.com. Checking in with Debbie here at 640.
Yeah, we've got this problem on 41 southbound, the off-ramp to County Line Road. We have a semi that ended up in the ditch right at that off-ramp. So they do have that ramp closed because they have to try and get a huge tow truck in there to try and pull this thing out of there. It is pretty much well entrenched. So you will not be able to use the off-ramp to Highway Q at this point. The rest of the system is actually looking pretty standard. We got delays basically from Good Hope Road down to about Burleigh on 41. Northbound's just starting to slow down a little bit north of Mayfair Road. The rest of the system is looking good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Isolated to scattered rain showers and a couple thunderstorms for today with high temperatures in the lower 80s. Plenty of dry time in between. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Still a small chance for a couple showers and storms mainly early. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Highs a bit cooler by the lake in the upper 70s. Lower 80s inland. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High temperatures upper 70s lakeside. Low to mid 80s inland. Friday, partly cloudy skies throughout the day. More humidity returns with a chance for some scattered showers and storms later in the day, highs in the 80s, and a chance for some scattered showers and storms for Friday night into Saturday morning, highs Saturday afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 66. 6:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Still holding out hope in Texas.
Happening today.
Devastating weekend flooding in the central part of that state. More than 100 people now confirmed dead in flash flooding that sent the Guadalupe River over its banks, sweeping into campgrounds and into homes. Hundreds of rescue workers racing the clock and fighting exhaustion. This is a guy volunteering to help in the search.
We're out there early and we're out there till we're falling over. When you looked at these guys, we're exhausted. They were emotionally tired by looking at the devastation, finding children's Bibles on the ground, looking through people's wreckage of their life. It takes a toll on you.
Vigils held across that state on Monday. This woman sharing what I think a lot of people are thinking and feeling, particularly those of us who are removed from the situation, right? You feel like there's nothing you can do to help. You're trying to empathize with what's happening there, especially about the dozens of children who were swept away at that summer camp.
My heart breaks for the families. Sorry.
To be honest, we looked at it and we were like, I was like, where's the luxury?
I mean, I think if it was my grandkids, that's what I think about. I don't know if I would make it.
I try to explain it to some friends who don't have children. Like once you have children or grandchildren, you immediately put their faces on any tragedy,
on everything,
right? That happens. And so a lot of folks doing that. Here's another heartbreaker. This 10-year-old little girl feeling things that you wouldn't want any child to have to feel and to deal with. She lost a couple of friends.
Lainey, she was a really sweet girl going into 3rd grade. I didn't really know her that much, but she was still nice. And Margaret, I did field hockey with her, and she was so sweet, so caring, and I knew her older sister really well.
So today, continued questions about warning systems. We spoke with ABC's Jim Ryan in Texas earlier this week, and he said preliminary warnings about flooding potential were out for days. But in the moment, nothing to alert sleeping campers or residents that the worst fears were materializing.
The downpour began before dawn on Friday when people were asleep in their beds, their RVs, or in tents in the many campgrounds along the Guadalupe River. On Fox News, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says,
had we had sirens along this area, up and down, it's possible that would have saved some of these lives.
So back to the sirens. We talk about this with tornadoes in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody has things on their phones. People are still waiting for that alert that they hear in the space around them. And they are investigating right now whether upgraded warning systems of that nature could be the solution to preventing tragedies in the future. Texas mourns its dead. Hope beyond hope, maybe, that more survivors can still be found. 6:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. The best time to plan a funeral is when you don't have to. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Building it is one thing, designing it is another, and it's all included when you work with my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Vince Vitrano here, my wife and I, so pleased with our front hall closet project. And, a lot of places do closets. You see them all over on the internet. Some advertise on TV. Some offer absurd deals that sound way too good to be true. They are. But this is why we worked with and why I speak for this local wife-husband team. When you go with Inspired Closets Milwaukee on a closet or a pantry, office space, even a bedroom or your garage, you get design experts who visit your home, a team locally who manages your products, and expert installation. Experience it for yourself when you stop out at the showroom near Gerke's Corners in Waukesha. Tell them Vinny sent you. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
You just can't pass on Less is Glass. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers again face the best team in the National League in the Dodgers at American Family Field.
Here's the stretch, his pitch. Ground ball back to Peralta. He fields it, runs halfway to first. He gets the out. It's 6 scoreless for Freddie Peralta against L.A. Couple of hits for the Dodgers, but 7 strikeouts and 6 scoreless innings for Freddie Peralta.
And the Brewers' lone all-star, Freddie Peralta, with a dazzling performance in the Crews' 9-1 win over L.A. The offensive barrage ignited by a guy who was just called up from the minor leagues, Andrew Vaughn.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left. It is up and it is gone. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
A little early to redesignate that area of the yard Vaughn's Valley. Once a spot at Old County Stadium known for slugger Greg Vaughn.
Well
Give it a
done.
minute. It's off to a good start.
Yeah, that was pretty special. Just wanted to come in to the Brewers organization and do what I can to help the guys win. And that was a good swing and put some runs on the board.
Vaughn acquired in a recent trade with the White Sox. He learned he was being called up to replace the injured Rhys Hoskins while in the on-deck circle for AAA Nashville. Coach came out and pulled him out. Son, pack your stuff. You're going to Milwaukee. Brewers and Dodgers again tonight. 6:40 first pitch.
One time only. He's back. The Miz returns.
100-mile-an-hour fastball to start the career for The Miz.
So Jacob Mizorowski on the bump for the Brewers at American Family Field. And who does he have in the other corner? Well, it's just a future Hall of Famer.
Clayton Kershaw has cemented his legacy as one of the all-time great pitchers in the history of this game.
Yeah, so they're both on the red carpet as they walk to American Family Field. The paparazzi's there, the fans.
Why not?
Open up the velvet rope and let him in. Clayton Kershaw.
Right this way, sir. Your table is ready. All right, so tonight's the night. Kershaw in one corner, Miz in the other at American Family Field. Quickly, the Bucks confirm a flurry of moves. So it's official now. The Bucks waiving Dame Lillard, Miles Turner, Bobby Porter, Kevin Porter Jr. all officially signed. And, of course, a bon voyage to some Bucks favorites. Brooks Lopez is gone.
Splash Mountain is locked and loaded tonight. The rides are free.
Yep, also Pat Connaughton, both of them former Bucks. Team social media, pretty neat. Posting multiple thank yous and tributes to those guys, so that's cool.
It's the business of the game.
Yep.
6:49 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Pat Connaughton, how about a 40-piece?
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
You got to get to Built Right today. Vince Vitrano here to talk about Built Right's Made in America mattress celebration. One location saves you time and money. They make it easy to shop and easy to buy. And Built Right will beat any big box, national or local chain store, department store, online retailer, warehouse club, or employee-free store because they have the guaranteed lowest prices. Built Right also with the best value selection and experienced team in Wisconsin. They're talking about 60 models that are all on display. You can try them out. 500 mattresses in stock. You can take one home today. Choose from the best mattress brands. They're made right here in America. Heirloom, Gold Bond, Therapeutic, Restonic, and Schiffman. With Built Right specializing in hard-to-find flippable, two-sided, and heavy-duty mattresses. Some of those can hold up to 600 pounds. Plus, Built Right offers free delivery and removal on mattress-only purchases of $7.99 or more. Built Right saves you money. Voted best place to shop. Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday, closed to be with family. Make sure to tell them Vinny sent you. To Built Right, 54th and Layton Avenue in Greenfield.
Hey, WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream ball.
I hope they like each other.
Boat race.
The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
6:51. Debbie, what's happening on I-41 there with this truck?
We have a big delay on, well, actually, the off-ramp is closed, I should say.
Okay.
41 southbound at County Line Road. A semi ended up off of the roadway in the ditch, and they're going to need to get a big old tow truck out there to try and get this thing out of there. It's going to be there for a while, so you will not be able to get to Highway Q that way. You can continue on 41 and get off at Pilgrim Road and go north, then you can take County Line Road. Beyond that, though, we do have delays, basically heading in from Appleton Avenue all the way down to Capitol Drive. Northbound 43 starting to slow down a bit north of Capitol Drive, heading up towards Silver Spring, and westbound 94, quick tap of the brakes through the Stadium interchange. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Partly cloudy with a chance for some scattered showers, a high of 81. Tonight, partly cloudy, slight chance for rain, a low of 57. Wednesday, high of 81. Thursday, sunny, 83. More rain possible on Friday. The forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition.
6:52 on Wisconsin's Morning News, joined at this time on Tuesdays by a friend of the program and two-time Sports Writer of the Year for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, Lori Nickel. Hey, can you play the song for Lori?
The song?
Yeah, play the song.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
okay,
talking
all
about.
right.
The Miz.
All right, there you go.
One night only, American Family Field. Mizrowski, Kershaw. We're going to make a baseball fan out of you yet, Lori.
You know, I'm going to bring my tablet so I can do my Amazon Prime shopping while I'm watching this game because that's about.
Are you looking for something special on Amazon Prime?
No, the only way to do Amazon Prime is to have a bunch of things loaded in your cart already that you're interested in, and then when Prime Day comes around, you see if they get knocked down 20%, and if they don't, you don't buy them. That's the only acceptable strategy.
Okay, that makes sense.
Ooh, pro tip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I don't like about when you have a big family, and I don't know if the boys were like this, whatever, but the kids will dump stuff in the cart, or somebody's been looking.
Throw it in there.
Right, you go in to just buy your one thing, and it's like, buy it all? No, I don't want to buy all this.
Right.
Who put these shoes in here?
Totally. Right. Yeah, that's why you got to do the save for later thing and tell the kids. Otherwise it's like a $500 purchase. Yep, that's been an issue.
Well, as we wait on the Green Bay Packers opening training camp later this month, which is really your beat, and then, of course, the Bucs, we've got baseball for you, Lori. You were at the Yard last night. What impressed you?
You know, Andrew Vaughn is, like, amazing. He has this incredible game. You guys, he was playing – okay, so he's the former Chicago White Sox guy, was in the Aaron Savali trade. He was playing in AAA in Nashville, and he was playing on Sunday. He was suited up and ready to go. His manager says, forget it, take a plane to Milwaukee. So Andrew Vaughn lands in Milwaukee Sunday after midnight. 12 hours later, he's at American Family Field with the equipment manager just getting geared up. And then like 6 hours after that, he's facing an all-star pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Yamamoto, and he just decides, okay, 2 outs, 2 men on, I'm going to hit a home run and completely unravel the Dodgers. It was insane. And then after the game, he's like, yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm like, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's baseball, I guess, huh? Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I just love the environment of American Family Field right now. There's a buzz. There's a feeling. It's part because of Mizrowski, the fireballer. It's part because we're, 3.5 out of first place and playing really good baseball. But was the place just bananas again?
It was, because the hits just kept rolling. That first inning, boy, if you got there late, you missed so much. There was so much action. And I love that environment. There were, for a Monday night, tons of family, tons of kids. The place was almost full. I forgot the attendance, but yes, people were into it and paying attention. And, there's a lot of good things happening in that clubhouse too. I mean, again, Andrew Vaughn I was like, well, who did you meet first? And he's like, and he looked up at nameplates. He's like, I still need to get familiar with names and do a second round.
I think I met this guy.
Christian.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Christian somebody.
Yeah, good to meet you.
It's amazing. So, that, and, he already has banter with manager Pat Murphy, who told him he's slow. Don't even worry about trying to steal anything. I know you can't run. And so it's just like, it's good stuff. It's all good stuff. It's even if you don't like baseball, man, it was a lot of fun.
I've used to be very critical of the Dodgers just because they spend all this money and they have this team that is just so fortified and enormous and huge, and every player is a Hollywood player and all this stuff. Although you can argue, Lori, that's actually kind of cool for the game because it makes it that much more exciting when they come into town. It just kind of ramps up everybody because you want to take on the biggest, the best.
I agree. And, since I don't know baseball, I follow the Dodgers because I really want to watch Shohei Ohtani's reemergence back into pitching or whatever. But their social media platforms, everything's so well produced and glitzy and pretty, and everything looks, even just their presentation is perfect. So yeah, that's our Los Angeles Lakers. That's the Dallas Cowboys. That's the big thing. And, I wish they came to Milwaukee more often, like twice a season instead of just a 3-game homestand once a year. So it's kind of like the place to be. I mean, get down there tonight or tomorrow in the afternoon. It was fun. I mean, the stadium was amazing.
Yeah, and they got beat hard last night, Hollywood. So
Love it.
Nothing feels better than that for us here in Bushville.
That's right. Flyover country.
Appreciate it, Lori. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left. It is up and it is gone. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
Enjoy a free dinner tonight and a must-see summer drive through the majestic and beautiful Kettle Moraine Forest to the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here, serving world-class dinners for over 90 years in their up-north timbered and stone building. Buy one dinner, get one free 7 nights a week. Savor a choice porterhouse steak, the new shrimp and scallop stir-fry, a big fresh salad, steak and lobster, and any entree. Your second dinner is free. Desserts also. Buy one, get one free. Unwind with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, 100 wines, ice-cold beers. On the patio in the woods, then a free dinner in the 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of Holy Hill. A top choice award winner for fine dining and most romantic restaurant. Enjoy a free early week dinner tonight. Beat the crowds. It's great food and great service. Tables are open. Escape from your kitchen. Call and reserve or Google Fox and Hounds Restaurant.
Bikers need protection, not just from other drivers, but unfortunately from insurance companies too. If you've been injured in a motorcycle crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Bikers are often blamed for causing the accident because the insurance companies simply don't want to pay. At Gruber Law Offices, we've been fighting for injured bikers and their families for more than 30 years. Trust us to fight for what you deserve. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
It might be showtime in L.A., but in Milwaukee, there's a new star on the rise.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. What a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The Brewers and the Dodgers face off in Milwaukee. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05 on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7 o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Tuesday, July 8th. Our top story, the death toll rising in Central Texas.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Show me the money, Elon.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Southbound 41, the off-ramp to Highway Q is still closed because of a semi that ended up in the ditch. They have that ramp closed so that they can get this thing out of there. It's going to be there for a while. Beyond that, we do have delays from Good Hope Road all the way down to about Capitol Drive. Northbound 43, a little heavy between Hampton and Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast a high of 81 degrees today with a chance of scattered showers. Right now on the radar, a few of those popping up in northern Milwaukee County, Ozaukee County, Washington and Sheboygan counties as well. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers, low down to 67. Right now, Milwaukee at 66. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the number of people impacted by that flash flooding in central Texas continues to grow.
The
the tragedy hits home for some well-known figures,
My daughters have gone to summer camp here for 10 years.
including Senator Ted Cruz.
Just last week, Heidi was in town picking our youngest daughter, Catherine, up from camp.
So caught up now in pretending.
Country singer Pat Green has posted that his brother, his sister-in-law, and their 2 children are missing after the flooding here in the Hill Country. Jim Runyon, ABC News, Kerrville, Texas.
The flooding crisis in Texas has states across the country evaluating emergency preparedness. Now, the National Weather Service office in Texas was fully staffed, according to WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen, but he says timing was a factor.
Right in the middle of the night, there's no worse time, right? It's to have dangerous weather, be it a hurricane or a tornado or a flood, than in the middle of the night.
Again, the death toll from the floods now exceeds 100 and continues to rise.
A setback for the Milwaukee County judge trying to get her indictment thrown out on federal obstruction charges.
Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan's legal team has been trying to get her case dismissed. She's accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the courthouse. Now a federal judge is recommending against dropping the charges. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Donald Trump has immunity. The judge for Dugan's trial, U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, will make the final decision. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
You may get that decision tomorrow as Judge Dugan has a scheduling conference Wednesday.
The 6th Street reconstruction project in Milwaukee will no longer be federally funded.
$34 million for the project was cut in President Trump's tax and spending bill that was signed last week. In a statement, Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson says the project would have made a high-injury traffic corridor safer, created over 450 jobs, and created tens of millions of dollars in local economic impacts. The 6th Street reconstruction project was announced last year by President Biden and was part of the Neighborhood Access and Equity grant programs. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
President Trump threatening to impose higher tariffs now on more than a dozen countries unless they agree to trade deals with the U.S. ABC's senior political correspondent Rachel Scott.
President Trump threatening steep tariffs on America's trading partners, sending letters to more than a dozen world leaders warning they have less than a month to strike a deal.
So we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done.
Japan and South Korea now both facing 25% tariffs. South Africa would be hit with 30% tariffs. And for Myanmar and Laos, even steeper, 40%.
Now, markets fell amid the news. Your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update coming up just before 7:30.
As Elon Musk teases the launch of a new political party, several Wisconsin voters say they never received their $100 checks promised by the Tesla CEO ahead of the 2025 spring election. The Wisconsin State Journal reporting multiple people who signed Musk's petition to stop activist judges are still waiting for their checks months after the election that was called between winner Susan Crawford and challenger Brad Schimmel. Musk also offered $1 million to 3 voters who signed the petition in the days leading up to the election, aiming to increase turnout.
Coming up, it started out with a kiss. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:05.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Windows, windows, windows. You hear all about everyone's windows and how theirs are the greatest. I'll tell you, our windows are the best as well. Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and I'm right there with you. The reality is, we do sell great products, but your decision should be based on what people you want to work with, which company is proven to deliver to reduce the chance that you, the homeowner, the customer, might make a poor decision. Siding Unlimited has done it. We've taken the most trusted brand in windows, Pella, and paired them with such an outstanding business that we will deliver results to you at your home. Siding Unlimited has won Pella's prestigious 5-time Pella Platinum Premier National Contractor of the Year award. We are even Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech decking installer. The accolades, awards, and respect is earned. Windows, windows, windows. Yes, Siding Unlimited does windows. We do more. We do it really well. So you can count on Siding Unlimited to prove to yourself that you made the right decision. Siding Unlimited is the company to install your new windows.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at annexwealth.com. Uline.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Ripon, big news! Tyson's is opening this fall. Shop trusted brand names for home, farm, auto, pet, tools, and home improvement all in one place. And count on personal customer first service every time you walk in. Check us out at Tysons.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
The new guy makes a statement for the Brewers sports at 7:15.
More Walgreens locations closing in southeast Wisconsin. The location near 76 and Mill in Milwaukee, that Walgreens will close its pharmacy and the rest of the store by the end of the month. The Racine Pharmacy at Memorial and State will also close in August. Now, the Walgreens pharmacy inside the downtown Milwaukee location at the Avenue is shutting down. That's on Wisconsin Avenue, but the front end of that store will remain open. Walgreens announced plans to shut down 1,200 stores across the country over the next 3 years.
Christmas in July for Milwaukee Repertory Theater.
Milwaukee Rep is auditioning ages 8 to 13 for A Christmas Carol. Casting director Jonathan Hetler tells Wisconsin's Morning News they're searching for 19 young performers.
We don't alternate casts like other theaters do. They are in it to win it the entire run. So it is a 2-month commitment.
He says it's a good introduction to theater.
Anyone that just really wants to be on that stage in a way or has like an itch for theater, this is a great way to just sort of like dip your toe in. And actually it's a big toe to like you jump right in.
Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Auditions for young performers are Thursday and Saturday.
An Olympic fencer from France has been cleared of wrongdoing thanks to an act of passion.
The Court of Arbitration for Sport has accepted Isaora Thebus' claim she failed a drug test after repeatedly kissing her partner. The former world fencing champion says that unbeknownst to her, her mate had been taking an anabolic steroid. The court determined it would have left sufficient amounts of the drug Ostarine to contaminate Thebus. In 2009, a doping case against a French tennis player was dismissed after the CAS ruled he was accidentally contaminated with cocaine after sharing a drink with and kissing a woman who used the drug. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
So many jokes.
No, go ahead.
No.
Give it a shot.
We'll just move on. 7:10. No, I can't. 7:10, I did. That's a check swing. 7:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. He did not go around.
Escape the city and relax at Lake Lawn Resort in beautiful Delavan, Wisconsin. Enjoy outdoor activities on Delavan Lake, tee off at the Lakeside Majestic Oaks Golf Course, or unwind at the award-winning Caladora Spa. With both indoor and outdoor pools, there's fun for the whole family. Take a cruise on the Lake Lawn Queen, explore stunning shores and historic landmarks, and enjoy delicious food and drinks on board. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com, where everything is better at the lake.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Checking in with Debbie here at 7:10.
All right, we still have that off-ramp from 41 southbound to Highway Q closed because of a semi that went off into the ditch. So you cannot use that to get to Highway Q. If you do, there aren't really any delays that I can see. You can get off at Lannon Road and head over on Appleton Avenue and get onto Highway Q, or you can continue on and get off at Pilgrim Road, go north, and you can get to Highway Q that way. On southbound 41, otherwise, going to be slow from Appleton Avenue down to Mount Hampton. Northbound slowing down just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up past North Avenue. Not quite to Burleigh, though. And 43 actually looks clear in both directions. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Isolated to scattered rain showers and a couple thunderstorms for today with high temperatures in the lower 80s. Plenty of dry time in between. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Still a small chance for a couple showers and storms mainly early. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Highs a bit cooler by the lake in the upper 70s. Lower 80s inland. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High temperatures upper 70s lakeside. Low to mid 80s inland. Friday, partly cloudy skies throughout the day. More humidity returns with a chance for some scattered showers and storms later in the day, highs in the 80s, and the chance for some scattered showers and storms for Friday night into Saturday morning, highs Saturday afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 66.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
7:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. They're busting people. They're catching them on camera. People dumping tires in Milwaukee. And today, they're going to call them out.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
A scourge on our city. Property owners facing big fines for the illegal acts of others. Some making a criminal business out of it, we're told. Charging people to take care of their old tires and then dumping them on vacant lots or other properties.
I have become the tire lady, unfortunately, but...
Listen, I'm not tired about it.
Alderwoman Andrea Pratt is local media. I think the big push came first from 12 News with the chopper shots of mountains of tires, right? Showing up on properties. Common Council established a task force to address the problem.
We're doing a illegal dumping task force, but just a work group to come up with some ideas of what we can do going forward and to be on the same page.
Well, here's an idea that the mayor's office and the Department of Neighborhood Services says is already working. They've got a news conference this morning at City Hall. Mayor Cavalier Johnson set to announce they've caught 2 people already using cameras at multiple sites where they're capturing people in the act on camera and then tracking them down. Mayor Johnson expected to detail 2 people fined some $25,000 for their illegal acts.
Curious if this is like Joe Sixpack just dumping a couple of tires, or is it a rig with, dozens of tires?
And they plan to show some of the video. And the mayor expected to share video of other suspects whom they have not yet identified, offering a $1,000 reward for information that leads to finding them. My contact at the Department of Neighborhood Services is telling me they bought cameras, and what they've done is they set up multiple cameras at 5 different sites. He calls them active sites, and these are easily mobile, so they can move them around. They won't always be in those same spots.
Okay, that's cool.
Quote, the goal is easily mobile sites for rapid relocation and making sure we maximize the likelihood of collecting the necessary details for conviction. What you can't measure, too, is the deterrent effect that this may ultimately have.
Right.
You catch some guys, end up with $25,000 fines. How many others, knowing that this is no longer going to be tolerated, which it has been for so long, for too long, will rethink whatever they want to continue doing, littering tires all over Milwaukee. News conference at City Hall, 9:30 this morning.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Accurate Basement Repair and Capital Heating and Cooling. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. At 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Vince Vitrano for the top doctors in our area, Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Not me saying it. Well, I mean, it is me saying it because from my knee surgery to follow-up care to the success of my friends and family, OAW has provided expert care. But it's also other area patients. Milwaukee Magazine out with its annual top doctors list. 14 of them are docs at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. 14. And I know a lot of folks are reluctant to get that nagging injury even looked at because you don't want to do surgery. Most of what these folks do at OAW is help people recover from and prevent injuries without surgical intervention. If you do decide to have that surgery, from a simple knee scope to total joint replacement, you know you're in the best of hands. Check them out in Washington County. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic in Brookfield or Pewaukee, or get started online at orthowisconsin.com.
Flooring, carpeting, bath, or kitchen remodeling. Adair is the name Milwaukee has trusted for 65 years.
This is Rob Adair. Ready to remodel? Give us a call, 761-3660. Get personal care from Adair, South 27th in Franklin.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers and Dodgers again tonight at American Family Field. Game 1 of the 3-game set against the best in the West went as well as we could ask. Brewers win 9-1, and maybe the biggest winner wasn't even on the field. General manager Matt Arnold had traded pitcher Aaron Savale for a guy nobody ever heard of, who was at the time playing in the minor leagues for one of the worst teams in the game. And wouldn't you know, it just worked out for us.
The day started with handshakes and nice to meet you. It ended with a victory, thanks to Andrew Vaughn.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left. It is up and it is gone. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
Jeff Levering on the call. From the former White Sox, Vaughn.
Yeah, that was pretty special. Just wanted to come in to the Brewers organization and do what I can to help the guys win. It was a long, exciting day, but, it ended up pretty good.
From American Family Field, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
So the Brewers and Dodgers go again tonight, 6:40 first pitch at American Family Field.
Yeah, tonight at AmFam, one night only.
The Miz.
Oh. Get your tickets now. The Miz returns tonight to American Family Field. It's Jacob Mizorowski.
He is putting on a show.
He is putting on a show, along with special guest, future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw.
Open up the velvet rope and let him in. Clayton Kershaw.
Come on down the red carpet, Mr. Kershaw. Right this way, sir. Kershaw just became the 20th player in history to record 3,000 strikeouts. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. If this were a Broadway show, they'd be throwing roses at this guy.
Kershaw doffing his cap to the crowd. This adoring crowd here at Dodger Stadium.
So you got the Miz on one side, you got Kershaw on the other. Critics raving about what this show's going to be.
We may never see a moment like this again.
You can hear it tonight on WTMJ Radio.
The place is going to be juiced.
It's also official. The Bucks confirming a flurry of moves. They have waived officially now Damian Lillard. Miles Turner signed. Bobby Portis re-signed. Kevin Porter Jr. all re-signing. Brooks Lopez, Pat Connaughton now officially gone. Team had some nice moments and thank yous and tributes that they posted for both those players online, which is pretty cool on social media.
Pat has got to remain connected to Milwaukee. He's got a lot of other stuff going on here off the court.
Had a pleasure meeting him several times through his work through Breakthrough T1D. So super impressed and proud of that guy and what he's done. He's invested in the city, what he's done for the city. He'll be back, you would imagine, in some fashion after his playing career.
Will he get a video? Remember the video? Right.
Well, his first time back? Yeah, I bet they would.
It was Coach Bud who didn't get a video.
Yeah,
They don't give him a video.
Right.
7:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News. I don't have a single day in the 5-day forecast where we hit the 90s. We'll check in with Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky on the cool down next.
We believe that self-care isn't selfish. I'm Maddie from Sweet Talks, a women-owned and operated medical spa fostering self-love and confidence. We believe that beauty is about feeling empowered from within, and it's truly a passion for our team at Sweet Talks. Your goals are our goals. Our services go beyond injectables, including facials, lasers, medical weight loss, hormone therapy, and more. There's even a cafe, complimentary to all patients. Get started today at Sweet Talks in Menominee Falls. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
When it comes to your career, you have the advantage. Time to take advantage. LAK Group offers career coaching so you can identify and amplify your unique skill set to give your career a bump. Or maybe you want to get better in sync with your organization. You love your job. You want to be better at it. From resume critiques to job offer negotiation to personal branding, career coaching from LAK will get you on the right path. All the major decisions I've made in my career over the last 5 to 10 years, I've checked in with my guy Mike Grubich over there at LAK before I did anything. Wonderful advice and coaching. Learn more at transformingcareers.com. LAK, discover your human advantage.
While last year you were king of the league.
King in the castle, king in the castle.
When you come to Milwaukee,
Have a chair, I have a chair.
we wear the crown.
Oh, well.
The Brewers host the Dodgers at AmFam Field.
Yelich to left. This is well struck. Back at the track, and it's gone!
Our Brewers coverage starts tonight with Brewers warm-up at 6. We are the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
And now it's raining, Deb.
Spectacular.
In some spots. And not a good one this morning.
No, we got southbound 41. The off-ramp to Highway Q closed right now because a semi ended up in the ditch there. They've got that closed off. They got to get the emergency crews there to try and get this thing out of there. I'm not seeing any delays. People are getting past it without too much of a problem. There are other ways to get to Highway Q, so at least you got that going for you. Beyond that, though, we do have delays from Appleton Avenue all the way down to about Burleigh. On the northbound side, we've got delays from just north of Watertown Plank Road up to almost Burleigh, not quite. Southbound 43 backing up from Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. Northbound's not looking too bad. A little bit tight between Hampton and Silver Spring, but overall looking pretty good everywhere else. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Dre Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Looks like a high of 81 degrees today, and we do have some scattered shower activity, if you will, this morning. Checking in with Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Looks like everything is north of the city right now, Niz.
Yeah, I got 0.08 of an inch so far here in Grafton. I'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take a little sprinkle, a little taste.
Yeah, so these ones this morning aren't going to do a whole lot. They're very small. If you look at the radar, you get under it. It might actually, classify as a brief little pour. And that's about it this morning. Could get a little bit heavier stuff to pop up this afternoon as temperatures rise close to 80 and humidity goes back up. That should juice up the atmosphere.
Yeah, so you see this possibility kind of hanging around through the day where we might bubble up a few?
I do. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a lull here, like late morning, midday, but then by late afternoon, I would anticipate more of these to pop up, if not sooner than that. This is going to be kind of an on and off thing through the day. And the ones this afternoon, I'm not expecting severe weather, but they'll probably have at least enough to produce some lightning, and maybe a couple actual true thunderstorms with these this afternoon. So if you got any plans outdoors late afternoon into the evening, definitely keep an eye on the radar and the sky kind of afternoon.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky with us here this morning. What happened to the 90s, Niz?
This last weekend?
No, I mean, I don't see anything here in the 5-day. I've got mid-80s for the highs, as warm as we get maybe into the weekend.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like a very, just kind of average pattern here where there isn't much variation day to day in temperature. Really, any variation that we get is a result of, the wind being, whether it's off the lake or not off the lake. So, yeah, pretty typical stuff. The average high for today is 82, and there's a lot of within 5 degrees of that on the 7-day forecast. So once we get through the showers and pop-up showers today, there's like a slight chance again tomorrow, and then it looks like the rest of the week is pretty good. I think as Harley comes to town and starts getting roaring here Thursday and Friday, the weather looks good. Going to have to keep an eye out for Friday night into Saturday morning. A better chance, it's a little bit more of a substantial frontal system that comes in, so we get more in the way of maybe a widespread line of storms versus this pop-up stuff. That would be like Friday night into Saturday morning.
Hey, Niz, of course, we've been following what's been going on in Central Texas. As you've been keeping an eye on that, what are your impressions? What are your perspectives as a meteorologist from what you've seen down there the last several days?
Yeah, well, the science of it, is not too uncommon. Sure, this was a little bit more of an extreme, but crazy flash flood events in hill country of Texas is not, unheard of. This is an area that is some pretty rough terrain. This isn't like flatland Texas. This is, I wouldn't classify it as mountains, but definitely, little valleys and little mountains and, streams that go from being bone dry for 90% of the year into, a raging Mississippi River and just like that when you get these flash flooding events. So, what happened there was an extreme, amount of rain. There's a pocket that saw over 20 inches of rain in a very short period of time. And that water just flows through that terrain, and it's really catastrophic and just, devastating. My first thought is, you guys with kids too, is, I heard you guys talking about this earlier this week. You send your kids to camp and you don't think that's even a possibility. And it's just, my heart goes out to those families. It's terrible.
A lot of talk about now, could there have been more warnings? And, we talked with Jim Ryan from ABC News a while back. He's like, well, as early as Wednesday, there were indications. So people were aware. But in that moment, like, could we have done sirens? Could we have done something?
Yeah.
Like when it's that crazy, though, Niz, like how much warning is there really that, oh, yeah, this rainfall is going to be 2.5 feet?
Right. Yeah. I mean, as far as like any blame on the Weather Service or any sort of like, they didn't have resources or they weren't able to detect it happening. Like, to me, I think that's a little false. Like, I mean, they put out flash flood warnings hours in advance and things of that nature. I'm not saying that there isn't something to learn from this on what more could be done, like, for sure. Like, I don't know, but like in a case like that camp, essentially you're making a decision to cut yourself off from, civilization, right? So like, to what extent does that camp need to at least be monitoring, the weather radio or something of that? And I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm not blaming. I'm not speculating that was the case or anything. It's just, you're right though. I think whether, it's how people get information or how, even my job to disperse that information. How can we reach everybody who's in harm's way? And it takes the professionals whose job it is to convey that information, to explore that, but it's also a responsibility of the civilization too, on being aware of that potential and that possibility. Because I know, like, when they went out for that camp, I can guarantee you there were, heavy thunderstorms in the forecast. And should it been a case where you don't go? I don't know.
Right.
But I know that it's a case, like, getting back to the science full circle here. These are heavy, these happen. What happens in Texas is a dry line sets up. You have a case where East Texas is dealing with humidity that is like New Orleans. And then you have West Texas that's like bone dry as a desert. And that class zone sets up every summer, and storms fire up along it, and that it's a front that really doesn't move. So thunderstorms don't move, and they just park themselves. So this is something that happens down there. So I don't know, moving forward, measures need to be taken, and hopefully people, use this as a tragic but a learning possibility.
Great perspective. Appreciate that. Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Isnansky live with us this morning.
All right. Yeah, you bet, guys.
Thanks, Niz. And then sometimes the acceptance that sometimes really bad stuff happens. And that's the nature of weather. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 422 points in trading on Monday to 44,406. The NASDAQ closed at 20,413. That was off nearly 1%. S&P 500 off about 50 points to 6230. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original knowledge broker, R&R Insurance. And joining us today, Jeff Salazinski, Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, you always have unique insights as to what's affecting the insurance industry and actually what it means for all the folks listening. We're 6 months into 2025. What are you seeing?
Thank you, Vince. Great to be here again. 2025 has so far been defined by three very material happenings: catastrophic losses. Whether it's tornadoes here locally, wildfires in California, it's shaping up to be another expensive year. Legal system abuse, attorney advertising, and third-party litigation funding are rightfully getting a lot of attention these days. Lastly, volatile investment markets. Big declines and big gains have led the roller coaster that's been 2025.
Yeah, so why is that so important to not only insurers, but more importantly to folks listening right now?
Vince, despite the catastrophic weather, despite the factors driving more attorney involvement and higher costs, Adding to this wild swings in investment returns, the current insurance market can present opportunities for buyers. There's multiple types of insurance where costs are decreasing, other types of insurance where costs are increasing. These opportunities are created if you're working with the right insurance professional.
So why should a business or family work with R&R Insurance?
At R&R Insurance, we understand complex, dynamic issues and how this impacts businesses and families. We understand how to best protect your company assets or your personal assets. And at R&R Insurance, we're on top of issues like this and have been for almost 50 years. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience, we'd love to speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know business insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Learn more at myknowledgebroker.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The search and recovery operation continues in Central Texas. Volunteer Ryan Loge says the challenges following the flooding are many.
We've pulled multiple trailers out. We're clearing the land and making sure that when the water recedes or when this debris starts to clear a little bit and disintegrate, that these property owners aren't finding these bodies in there.
The death toll, at least 104 people, with at least 20 still missing. President Trump threatening to impose higher tariffs on more than a dozen countries unless they agree to trade deals. The new announcement shifting the timeline from July 9th to now August 1st. A letter sent out to Japan and North Korea announcing 25% tariffs if nothing changes.
The White House says the president plans to send out more letters to other countries today, but it's unclear if extending this deadline once again actually brings anyone closer to making a deal with the United States.
ABC's Rachel Scott, the White House shifting positions on weapons to Ukraine, now saying they will be sent. This is ABC News.
Well, we got some problems along southbound 41. Now, that accident, that semi that went off the roadway at Highway Q, looks like they were able to clear that out of the way and everything's reopened. However, in the backups right around Holy Hill Road, we've got the left lane blocked with a crash. This one looked kind of serious. We've got lots of emergency crews on the scene, and things are backing up into the Richfield interchange where 41 and 45 come together. So please be careful if you're going to be heading through that area. On southbound, continuing from Appleton Avenue, going to be heavy down to Capitol Drive. Northbound is slowing down just before Mayfair Road all the way up past Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast a high of 81 degrees today under partly cloudy skies. Chance for scattered showers to continue. And then partly cloudy tonight with a slight chance of showers, low of 67. Milwaukee at 66. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, City of Milwaukee planning an update today on efforts to crack down on illegal dumping, particularly tires. In spring, Mayor Johnson announced the city would begin a pilot program deploying hidden cameras to catch offenders. This Department of Neighborhood Services say they've got 2 people who've now been fined $25,000 for illegal dumping.
A setback for Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan and her federal obstruction charges she faces. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph is recommending against granting a motion to dismiss Judge Dugan's case. She writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump has immunity. Judge Dugan's accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the courthouse. A scheduling conference is set for tomorrow.
Multiple fights on the grounds marred the end of an otherwise successful Summerfest 2025.
On the final day of Summerfest, at least 2 separate fights broke out on the festival grounds as videos were posted on social media over the weekend. Tim Sheehy is on the Milwaukee World Festival Board of Directors and tells Wisconsin's Midday News.
I think that's unfortunate, but I think, again, the security team did a great job containing that, and much less a reflection on Summerfest, unfortunately more of a reflection on, what we see going around these days.
The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reports over 20 people were ejected from the Summerfest grounds on Saturday by Milwaukee police. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Now they're living unlimited. WTMJ News Time, 7:35.
Coming up, Lieutenant Dan coming to town, and you have a chance to meet him. That story next. News is sponsored by Griffin Ford and Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin, the buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Don't miss the largest vacation sale in the nation coming this July. It's Fox World Travel's exclusive July sale with Apple Vacations and Celebrity Cruises. July is the best time of the year for unbeatable deals you won't get anywhere else. Get the hottest cruise deals or plan ahead for 2026 all-inclusive resorts paired with nonstop flights. Let Fox World Travel book your vacation and secure your reservation with just a deposit. Visit foxworldtravel.com/July and get on the exclusive list. Sale starts soon.
Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. The doctor-developed Milwaukee weight loss program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long-term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. I dropped 40 pounds. Yes, 40 pounds of Milwaukee weight loss. No crazy workouts, none of the meals, kits, or the shakes, and definitely no meds or injections. They helped reset my metabolism, and the weight's actually stayed off now for 6 months. It's been a game changer for me. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. I lost 40, as I said, in about 6 months. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 262-393-2334 or go online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Again, that's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:37.
Freddie shines The Miz tonight, sports at 7:45. I am told there are still tickets available to see Gary Sinise in Milwaukee next week.
Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan.
I'm Lieutenant Dan Taylor.
And Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump. He's been a million other things in his Hollywood career, right? But Sinise fully embracing his most recognizable role. You have fully leaned into Lieutenant Dan, and you're doing good work with it.
Well, there was kind of no getting around it.
Erik and I spoke with Sinise last month about his bringing the Lieutenant Dan Band to Milwaukee for a show at Meyer Festival Park. It's next week, the Aurora Pavilion, Monday evening. The Lieutenant Dan Band, if you don't know, performs for the troops all over the world.
I wouldn't have played all these shows if I didn't think it was lifting people up and helping people out. And from the get-go, I could see that, just showing up, giving a little entertainment, shaking some hands, taking some pictures, visiting with the troops, letting them know we appreciate them and we're grateful for what they're doing out there. I could see that was making a difference. And then that made me want to go back and do it again.
So this Milwaukee show is actually going to be a benefit for Skylight Music Theater in Milwaukee. Sinise, a stage actor first, founder of Chicago's Steppenwolf Theater, and close ties to Skylight in Milwaukee, is helping out. And WTMJ's Sandy Max is going to feature another interview with Sinise. She's talking with him this week on her show. That'll be Wednesday night, so you want to listen for that, 6 p.m. Wednesday. And his concert, Lieutenant Dan Band, tickets start at around $40. There's also a premium package, a VIP meet and greet available as well, and still room to get in on it. You can text Dan to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk-in text line, 855-616-1620. We've got our full interview with Gary Sinise, and we'll send you a link with information on tickets. Still available for Monday night.
God bless the men and women who serve our country. God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody.
News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here again for Annex Wealth Management. The teams I trust are at Annex. If you've got big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me on Tuesday, July 15th with a very special guest. It's a free webinar. Bring your questions and check out the webinar I'll co-host with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson, one of the smartest guys I know. He'll take us inside what you need to be thinking about right now. It's Tuesday, July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free. We'll talk about the inflation data just released and what they mean for your investments, your 401k, and the economy. I know, I get it. There's a lot of information flying around. You want straight answers on your money. Brian will provide you with all you need to know on inflation and what to look for next. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. It's Tuesday, July 15th at 9 a.m. with Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it. Register today. It's free, but you need to register.
Goodyear, Dunlop, Kelly, Continental, General, you name it, we got it.
Plus, free flat tire repair, free tire rotations, and more.
So when you're due for tire service, schedule it at richlawns.com.
That's Rich Lawns with 2 N's.
Rich Lawns.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to newnordicusa.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Debbie, what's the drive look like?
Well, that southbound 41 issue now south of the Richfield interchange. Basically, we have the left lane blocked just south, or right about at Holy Hill Road, with an accident. And it looks like it's a kind of a serious one. Got a couple of cars involved, and they're not facing the right way. Let's put it that way. So we've got backups all the way back into the Richfield interchange. That's where 41 and 45 come together. Beyond that, though, we're seeing an okay ride all the way down till you get to Appleton Avenue. That's where it starts to slow down a bit, all the way down past Capitol Drive to about Burleigh. On the northbound side, we got delays from before Mayfair Road up past Burleigh. We also have some debris in the roadway at about Hampton Avenue. It looks like they may have to close off some lanes to sweep that away. I'm not quite sure what that is. On the southbound side of 43, backing up from basically right between Brown Deer Road and Good Hope Road. And then you see delays all the way down past Silver Spring. Eastbound 94 backed up before 84th Street through the stadium. The westbound side slowing from about 17th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Isolated to scattered rain showers and a couple thunderstorms for today with high temperatures in the lower 80s. Plenty of dry time in between. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Still a small chance for a couple showers and storms mainly early. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Highs a bit cooler by the lake in the upper 70s. Lower 80s inland. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High temperatures upper 70s lakeside. Low to mid 80s inland. Friday, partly cloudy skies throughout the day. More humidity returns with the chance for some scattered showers and storms later in the day, highs in the 80s, and the chance for some scattered showers and storms for Friday night into Saturday morning, highs Saturday afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
66 in Milwaukee. 7:43, Wisconsin's Morning News. Later this morning in Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a cabinet meeting, huh?
President Trump set to hold another meeting with his cabinet. Press corps invited, and you never know what's going to happen at these. Kind of runs him like when he was on The Apprentice. Right?
Oh,
Everybody
very
else
yes,
reports
right.
out to him.
Good
right?
comp, yep.
Various secretaries offering praise of the president's work and success of the administration.
Kissing his butt a little bit.
A little bit of that going on. So big news this morning, really, on several fronts. President increasingly frustrated with the lack of capitulation from Russia in its war with Ukraine, planning to send more support to President Vladimir Zelensky.
The U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine. During dinner with Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu last night, President Trump said the U.S. is going to send more weapons because, quote, they have to be able to defend themselves. Last week, the Pentagon announced some weapons shipments were being held back amid concerns about declining stockpiles.
ABC's Alison Kosick reporting there. Now, she mentioned Monday night at the White House dinner and meetings with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The president talking about peace with Iran, dangling the carrot of lifting sanctions.
I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel.
On Israel, that nation and Hamas, the terrorist group behind the October 7th attack, apparently closer to a deal to end the war in Gaza. They've been talking about it for months, looking at a 60-day ceasefire. At least 10 of the dozens of remaining hostages being held by Hamas would be released. Prime Minister Netanyahu also dropping this surprise on the president.
He's forging peace as we speak in one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know.
This I didn't know. And the tariffs, oh, by the way, right?
Yep.
President extended the negotiation period with trade partners until August 1st, but promising steep tariffs will take effect then if new deals are not in place. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt expecting to offer updates today, and we'll hear more about all of it at 10 o'clock our time for the president's cabinet meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a cabinet meeting, huh?
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here. How's the knee feeling? Still bothering you? Or the back? Is the back still barking like ever? Is it bad enough where you're not even enjoying the summer because you're not doing what you want to do because of the achy joint pain? You're stuck. And now you're hearing, yeah, maybe you're going to need surgery. Well, maybe not. You really should try calling QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. QC Kinetics uses treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No knife, no drugs, no downtime, and no masking of the pain. It's at least worth calling for a second opinion. Call QC Kinetics today. It's 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Meet with the team and let them explain firsthand how QC Kinetics can help you enjoy your summer. 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers again set to face the best team in the National League in the Dodgers at American Family Field. The Crew's lone all-star Freddie Peralta with a dazzling performance, 6 complete, 0 runs allowed. The Brewers' 9-1 win over L.A. The offensive barrage ignited by a guy who was just called up for the minor leagues, Andrew Vaughn.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left. It is up and it is gone. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
Little early to redesignate that area of the yard Vaughn's Valley. Once a spot at County Stadium, for those who know, you know,
done.
for slugger Greg Vaughn. But a great start for the kid acquired in that recent trade with the White Sox. Vaughn had learned he'd been called up to replace the injured Rhys Hoskins while in the on-deck circle still at AAA Nashville. Pulled him out of the game, sent them to Milwaukee. Brewers and Dodgers again tonight with a 6:40 first pitch.
Yeah, big one tonight.
He is putting on a show.
The Miz puts on a show tonight, hopefully, at American Family Field. So you have Jacob Mizorowski, of course, our rookie phenom for the Crew, and he goes up against future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw. So 2 big ones.
Mizorowski is the all-time leader for the Brewers for consecutive no-hit innings to begin a career.
And, of course, you have this other guy who's just a somebody.
Clayton Kershaw has cemented his legacy as one of the all-time great pitchers in the history of this game.
Yes, both guys, mano-a-mano tonight at American Family Field.
We may never see a moment like this again.
Oh, delicious.
This is when I miss pitchers batting in the National League.
Just to see
Be nice for Kershaw to see Miz's stuff and vice versa,
yeah,
right?
I suppose.
I'd like to
Okay.
see a little tip of the guy like, I see what you did there. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's official. Bucks confirm a flurry of moves. Damian Lillard officially waived. Miles Turner, Bobby Portis, Kevin Porter Jr. all officially signed. And sayonara to Brooks Lopez and Pat Connaughton. Both are gone.
Splash Mountain is locked and loaded tonight. The rides are free.
Team social media had some nice thank yous and tributes to those guys.
It is coming up on 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Mark Tauscher next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here with an offer for a bath or shower remodel from Kohler Services. Family owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. And this month only, get $1,000 off your Lugstone shower remodel and no interest financing for 12 months. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
I could save you at least $2,000. Vince Vitrano here for my team at USA Insulation, where Jeff right now is offering a minimum savings of $2,000 on an insulation project of $5,000 or more. Now, these are the folks with the proprietary system where they inject your walls bottom to top with quieting, insulating foam, and they don't have to tear up your walls to do it. Here's the best part about those savings. Due to government programs that pay for energy efficiency projects, it's not something where you pay out of pocket and then you have to go on the internet and bump around and try to find your rebate. Jeff and his team do that work for you, and they discount the cost of your project up front. Find out how much Jeff can save you on your project and how much you'll save on your heating and cooling forevermore. USA Insulation, that's usainsulation.net.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. For windows with the strongest resilience, you need the Pella Experience. The Pella Experience Center lets you see, feel, open, close, and compare dozens of windows and door options from 7 different Pella lines side by side. Stop by soon, because if you order by July 31st, you can get 0 interest for up to 5 years. Certain restrictions do apply. Visit the Pella Experience Center in Brookfield or schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Hey, it's John McGivern here. You know I love Network Health. One of the reasons is that they're local and they understand how important that is. Their exceptional customer service isn't just words on a page. It's what they do. It's what they've always done for over 41 years. Call 833-7-NETWORK today. HMO and POS plans underwritten by Network Health Plan. Compensation has been provided for using this endorsement of Network Health.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
At 7:52, what's happening on the drive, Deb?
All right, that accident on 41 southbound, right about at Holy Hill Road, has been cleared. The delays are still there, though, backing up into the Richfield interchange where 41 and 45 come together. So keep that in mind. Beyond that, we've got delays from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Burleigh. On the northbound side, we've got some backups from north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up past Capitol Drive, almost to Hampton. Westbound 94 backing up from 25th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. More delays west of Highway 100 to the county line. Eastbound's got some backups from Highway 16 to Highway F. And then back on the brakes from about 92nd Street all the way through the Stadium interchange. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Still some shower activity north of Milwaukee. May catch a little bit of rain if you're under one of these downpours for a moment. And those scattered showers could remain with us through the day. A high of 81. Partly cloudy, slight chance of showers. Low down to 67 tonight. And for Wednesday, 77 Lakeside, 81 inland. Your high temps under partly cloudy skies. 66 in Milwaukee.
Idea Man.
The older players on the other team will come and just kind of, they like what they call it is, we're going to try to find the fish. And you don't want to be the fish.
Innovative.
So my welcome to the NFL moment is as I get in my stance, they give me the little smirk like, buckle up. And I buckled up.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
And I thought to myself, I hope I get better at this, because the thing is, you see it on film, every special teams coach is going to say, there's the fish. Go get him.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
All right, Tausch, we get a taste of football starting today. So back in 2023, Quarterback, the TV show, took fans inside the huddle with some of the NFL's best arms on Netflix. Then last year, they had Receiver, which featured some of the game's most skilled pass catchers. Well, starting today, it drops today. They're running it back. Quarterback Season 2 is now streaming on Netflix. You watching?
I will. I think it's great because, you know, the one thing that you always hear from fans is, what is it like? You want to get behind the scenes, and you know, I'm surprised. I'm not surprised because I'm sure there's a nice paycheck that goes with this for the guys, but it's, you know, the locker room is pretty sacred, but guys' stories and how they get out. It used to be it was you'd have a Jason Wilde or a Rob Domofsky do a feature on you, and that would give fans a little insight into kind of who you are and what makes you tick. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, I think Kirk Cousins was on the one 2 years ago, and he's on this one.
Yep.
And Kirk was awesome. Like, you got a good look at it. Listen, for a Vikings quarterback, for anyone Packer-related to say anything positive, but he gave you behind the scenes. He showed you when he got hit and when I think he was injured that season, and he was, you know, at a camp. I remember he was at like a campfire with his kids and explaining what was happening. And I think that's the gold for fans, when they can actually, when you can humanize yourself you earn yourself a lot of fans, and I think for everybody that is open enough to jump in and let Netflix document what it is, and when you're talking about the quarterback position, I think it is awesome, and it helps, just like F1 racing and all this other stuff, it helps grow the game. So it's one of those rare win-wins for, I think, everybody.
It's interesting you're at Cousins, Tausch, because when Quarterbacks was coming out that first season, my wife explicitly said, I don't want to watch this. I'm afraid I'm really going to like this guy.
He is a likable guy.
And exactly that happened.
He is, and I saw the trailer for it,
right?
And some of the stuff is leaked out, and it's just we all, especially in the sports world, everything becomes so cut and dried, and this guy stinks, and this guy isn't. And when you can humanize yourself, and Kirk Cousins was very open, it'll be really interesting to watch because the Falcons end up drafting a quarterback, even though they paid him $50 million or whatever it was. He thought it was going to be his spot for a few years. Well, it turns out Atlanta wasn't straight with him about the fact that they were going to draft somebody, and he wishes he would have stayed back in Minnesota had he known now what he didn't know then. So to give not only the access, but then what you're thinking and how you're viewing things. I can understand why your wife would say Kirk Cousins is more likable because he's letting you in on all that stuff. And I think I don't think it's a coincidence that, you continue to see the female viewership continue to climb, not only because of fantasy football and the community that brings, but also the more I know my wife and, I know the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift effect has hit the Tauscher house just from my daughter. That stuff is really driving. It helps drive people's interest in caring enough to turn something on that otherwise maybe they wouldn't.
So they did a receiver show last year for this series. What do you think? Will we see a lineman next year?
if they really want to get popular and really blow this thing up, and really I'll say this: if it will be unedited or just raw, there ain't going to be a better group to watch than having the offensive lineman. Now, whether there's enough interest from other folks, but I assure you, our groups, it doesn't matter what group you follow, you're going to learn some stuff, you're going to laugh, and you're probably going to be disgusted. It'll be the trifecta of emotions when you're talking about things that can happen.
I'll tell you, man, like some of the best personalities on the team, Eric, I've told you this, when I worked in Green Bay, every lineman had a show.
Yeah.
Right, on the TV stations or the radio stations, right, Tausch? And you're like, where
Well,
else
Vinny, part of that is because we show up. We'll actually show up on time. Yeah. We'll be there, and we'll bring what we can to the table. So, yeah, and we're very smart, not to pat ourselves on the back, but we're also very smart, intelligent, and incredibly fun. Those things, too.
All those
things. All right, look for that next year on Netflix. Thanks, Tausch.
Yeah, see ya.
Business headlines up next. They're sponsored by Horicon Bank. Together doing good. HoriconBank.com, the natural choice.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Brat Fest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at TravelWisconsin.com.
There's nothing out there close to this.
Hi, I'm attorney David Gruber. After an accident, you need a trusted winning team on your side. For more than 30 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped Wisconsin families get the results they deserve. If you've been injured, Call our firm today for a free consultation. We're available 24/7. Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices, proud partner of Euro Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
It might be showtime in LA, but in Milwaukee, there's a new star on the rise.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. What a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The Brewers and the Dodgers face off in Milwaukee. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05 on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
8:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, July 8th, our top story, the death toll rising in Central Texas.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Decision time for the governor.
I'm Debbie Lazigo. We're still seeing delays on 41 southbound from Silver Spring all the way down past Capitol Drive towards the Burleigh area. Northbound slowing down just before Mayfair Road all the way up to Hampton. Southbound 43 backing up just before Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. The northbound side is a little bit tight just north of Capitol Drive up past Hampton. And eastbound 94 heavy through the Highway 16 interchange. And then you're back on the brakes from the Zoo interchange to about 35th. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance for scattered showers continuing through the day. Have some north of Milwaukee at the moment. High of 81 degrees, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers tonight. Low down to 67. Milwaukee at 66. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, search continuing this morning for victims of the Independence Day flooding in Central Texas. Debate now raging over the lack of warning to residents and visitors just before the deluge began.
The downpour began before dawn on Friday when people were asleep in their beds, their RVs, or in tents in the many campgrounds along the Guadalupe River. On Fox News, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says,
had we had sirens along this area, up and down, it's possible that would have saved some of these lives.
He intends to bring up the issue during the current special session of the state legislature with an eye toward providing state funding for Hill Country flood sirens. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Kerrville, Texas.
The flooding crisis in Texas has states across the country evaluating emergency preparedness for storms and heavy rain. Well, the National Weather Service office in Texas was fully staffed, according to WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen, but he says timing was a factor.
Right in the middle of the night, there's no worse time, right? It's to have dangerous weather, be it a hurricane or a tornado or a flood, than in the middle of the night.
The death toll is now more than 100 and expected to continue to rise.
Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan suffering a setback in her effort to get her indictment thrown out.
Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan's legal team has been trying to get her case dismissed. She's accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the courthouse. Now a federal judge is recommending against dropping the charges. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Donald Trump has immunity. The judge for Dugan's trial, U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, will make the final decision. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
Could get that decision tomorrow. Judge Dugan has a scheduling conference set for Wednesday.
Decision Wisconsin Governor Evers is taking a victory lap to highlight the state's new 2-year budget. With the budget now signed into law, the question now for the governor is when's he going to announce if he's running for a third term?
I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe.
Is there a strong possibility that you could run now that the budget is done? It's a hot topic.
To me, there's two options. Thank God there's not 10. We'll get it done.
The governor visited Joe's Early Learning Academy in Milwaukee on Monday to kick off a statewide budget tour touting the benefits of the new budget.
This morning, City of Milwaukee planning an update on efforts to crack down on illegal dumping.
In spring, Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson announced the city would begin a pilot program deploying hidden cameras to catch offenders in the act of illegal dumping.
It's a crime of laziness and it's a crime of greed.
The Department of Neighborhood Services says 2 people have been fined $25,000 for the practice, while they are working to prosecute another suspect believed to have dumped thousands of tires across Milwaukee. The Common Council voted unanimously to approve a flat $5,000 fine for illegal dumping in April. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
As Elon Musk teases the launch of a new political party, several Wisconsin voters say they never received their $100 checks promised by the Tesla CEO ahead of the 2025 state Supreme Court election. The Wisconsin State Journal says multiple people who signed Musk's petition to stop activist judges are still waiting for their checks.
Plans to restore the Mitchell Park domes could move forward today. Milwaukee County Parks and Culture Committee considering a plan to commit $30 million to that effort. If the committee and then full county board would approve it, Milwaukee Domes Alliance, formerly known as Friends of the Domes, would take over operation at the domes through a long-term lease agreement that could last up to 99 years. Coming up, a strike making a stink in Philly. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:06.
Looking ahead to life's next adventure? Hi, I'm Mike Yancey from Yancey & Associates. Whether you're buying a home or launching your dream business, we know there's a lot on your plate. But here's the thing, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1946, we've helped Wisconsinites like you secure, protect, and grow their version of the American dream. Our team is ready to tailor the perfect plan for you. Learn more at ansay.com. That's ANSAY.com.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Hey, Ripon, big news. Tyson's Home Farm Auto is opening this fall. We're proud to be joining your community and bringing nearly 100 years of Midwest know-how with us. We're bringing you trusted brands, friendly service, and everything you need for farm, home, outdoor, and family life, all under one roof. Check us out at Tysons.com. That's THEISENS.com.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, reminding you to double-check your home. Siding Unlimited is the proven exteriors professionals for 31 years. Family-owned and locally operated right here in Wisconsin. Call Siding Unlimited and visit sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
First time in nearly 20 years, TSA is planning to end the no-shoes policy when going through security. Memo reviewed by ABC News stating agents will no longer require passengers to take their shoes off as part of the screening process. Gio Benitez from ABC.
We've learned an internal memo to TSA employees this week says that the goal is to roll this out nationwide, but we don't know exactly why this change was made.
Passengers with TSA pre-check have been able to keep their shoes on for years. Now, according to the memo, passengers who trigger security detectors with their shoes would then be required to take them off.
Trash is piling up in Philadelphia, where sanitation workers have been on strike for more than a week now. Residents left hauling their own trash to one of the temporary sites, and they're ready for that strike to be done.
The mayor, whoever's responsible for this, pay these people. I mean, pay them what they need and let them do their job.
A separate sanitation worker strike in Massachusetts has spread to at least 14 towns in and around the Boston area.
A new home renovation show featuring the city of Beloit set to premiere on A&E on Saturday.
Betting on Beloit follows a real estate agent with an eye for design and a woman whose family is well known in Wisconsin.
My mom is someone a lot of people know.
Tanya Hendricks-Shue is the daughter of Wisconsin's most successful businesswoman, Diane Hendricks. She's not just flipping houses. She's trying to rebuild their community.
There's all of this great momentum and positive change happening. So that was kind of the draw for putting ourselves out there, so to speak, and sharing with the rest of Wisconsin and the rest of the world, really, what we think is special about Beloit.
Jessica Ty, WTMJ News.
You been to Beloit lately?
It does look a tad different than it
sure
has
does.
in the past.
Remember doing a story maybe a couple of years ago. I was still at 4 then, so it'd be a few, and went down there. I can't remember what the specific initiative was, but it was something that brought us into the community, and I was so impressed even at that time. And I give Diane Hendricks a lot of credit for investing in her community now with her family as well. Just, okay, well, she has the money to do. Okay, fine. Well, a lot of people, you can do whatever you want with your money. You can physically see the footprint that she has in that community. From the buildings that she owns or those that she's renovated, new things, the ballpark down there. Are they still the Snappers? Beautiful ballpark that she helped or maybe completely funded. I mean, so one person, given her wealth, can transform that entire community. Very impressed with what I saw down there. It is 8:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
Modernizing business technology is critical for a positive impact on efficiency and reducing operating costs. That's exactly what Tri-City National Bank found out when they called on James Imaging Systems. Listen to Bank CIO Robert Prang.
We also went through a large retooling of our print environment, changing from where we had almost 200 printers.
All the way down to just 97 printers. That's managed print services from James Imaging Systems, a 100% locally owned and managed Wisconsin business technology company.
So being able to work with a local company like James that has that flexibility with their staff and being able to deliver for us has given us the ability to make the right decisions for our organization.
Robert, would you recommend managed print services from James Imaging Systems?
Yes, in a heartbeat, I would recommend James.
Learn more at jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Hey, everybody, Debbie Loziga here for Comfort Awnings. I reclaimed my outdoor space with beautiful retractable awning from Comfort Awnings. It's the best of both worlds. I can enjoy the summer sun and then extend the awning when I need shade. It's completely customizable, and they're even available with remote control operation and sensors that will automatically retract it when it detects strong winds and extends it when it detects rain. Comfort Awnings are also a deterrent against UV radiation. Right now, get $250 off all awnings and screens. Call Comfort Awnings for your free estimate at 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com.
It's Black Friday in July at Steinhafels. Save 10% store-wide, plus get a Beauty Sleep mattress for just $399 and discover brand new arrivals, including solid wood panel beds and made-in-America dining tables. Shop in-store or online now at steinhafels.com.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
At 8:12, how's the drive, Debbie?
Things backing up right now on eastbound 94, right at Highway 16, and then it opens up. You're good to go until you get to the Zoo interchange. That's when things start to slow down again from the Zoo pretty much all the way to 35th Street. Westbound side, not too bad, just a little bit heavy from about 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Southbound on 43, we're seeing delays from just south or just north of Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. You're back on the brakes from Keefe down past North Avenue, and then on the northbound side of 4394, watch for delays right around the Plainfield curve all the way up past Oklahoma Avenue. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. Hopefully they can keep that lid open. High of 81 degrees today, low down to 67 tonight. Tonight, slight chance of showers. For the day, some of this pop-up shower activity that we've seen this morning, primarily north of Milwaukee, that chance may stick around. As Nansky says, maybe a little bit of a lull here, and then more of those scattered showers popping up. Wednesday, partly cloudy, high 77 lakeside, 81 inland. Thursday, 83 degrees your high temp under mostly sunny skies. Friday, high of 83. Humidity returning with thunderstorms possible late in the day. And Saturday, chance of thunderstorms mainly early and a high 84. Milwaukee's still stuck on 66.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Big day today in the world of online shopping.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Yes, one of the most hyped shopping events of the year. Kicking off today, right now.
Amazon Prime Day is here.
Yep. Amazon Prime Day, which is actually technically Amazon Prime Days. It's lasting 4 days, so pretty much all week. And this year, it's taking on more days, and it's causing all kinds of confusion for other retailers who want a little piece of the pie.
Amazon's Prime Day sale in the summer has gone from a kind of silly moment into a genuine shopping holiday, which has multiple retailers now participating to compete with all of the traffic Amazon generates.
That's CBS News tech contributor Ian Schur there. So, yeah, like Walmart and Target also holding some rival sales. They have to. They have to see if they can fight off the Amazon machine, which is very big. So, okay, so let's think of it this way. Obviously, when you think of shopping days of the year, you know, when we think of like, okay, this is the day people go shopping, or at least are looking for deals. What day do you
Black
think
Friday,
of?
done.
Thank
right?
you. Yep,
That's the
Black
big
Friday.
day.
Yeah. Cyber Monday would be another one, right? Like where you're like,
yep.
wow, look how much money was spent. Okay, so according to this lead and insight analyst, Vivek Pandya, listen to what he says is the amount of money that is spent on some of those days.
When you think about the level of spending that happens across Black Friday and Cyber Monday, that's usually around 18 to 19 billion.
Okay. So
Which
18 to
is a lot of
19
money.
billion dollars. That's Black Friday and Cyber Monday, okay? So, well, what about for Prime? What about for Amazon Prime Days? How much money for something like this?
And for the Prime event this year, we're expecting 23.8 billion.
Whoa, nearly $24 billion will be spent. That's a 23% increase compared to last year. So they expect even more money spent this year versus last year. And here we go. Everyone now is scanning for the deals for Amazon Prime Days.
So here's the other thing, though, and I know this bothers you because Amazon runs the planet, right? And you're
That's
like,
true.
You want a commercial, buy a commercial. I get that, but like this is the reason that it's worth mentioning news-wise is number one, you know, what is the definition of news, at least for our purposes? One definition that I've heard in all the years that I've been doing this job is the news is that which people are talking about. That which affects the lives of the people who are consumer listeners to our show or
Sure.
readers of the paper,
Yeah.
or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So by that explanation, right, is this not the news? Because people will change their behavior based on what's happening right now.
1,000% agree. The frustration comes from like when you see all of this attention given to this. Hey, look, this company's having a sale. I mean,
right? Or
I mean, I don't see on the front page of the paper, hey, Kohl's having a sale. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, right.
Kohl's would pay for that. Kohl's would actually buy an ad or run, you know, if they were looking to get your attention for something. Whereas Amazon can just be like, not spend any more money to get all the attention. That's the rub. All right, so you might be wondering.
I was going to ask you another question that you may not know the answer to, but you know this better than I do. So Amazon also is a gateway for many third-party retailers.
So you can get some, yes. So like it's not Etsy.
Right.
But you can, yes. It's not like Amazon siphons all of the cash.
But so what I don't know is, you know, do some of those other retailers have an opportunity to benefit from Prime? I suppose even by, like, for example, just for preparation for this, I'm in the market for some golf shirts, okay? So I have a very specific type of golf shirt I'm looking for.
Okay.
So what has come up in my search is a bunch of things that have the little thing that say Prime Day deal,
yeah,
and then some others that have not. So either way, maybe if you're one of those third-party retailers,
you get the little
you have a
piece.
chance to benefit by someone scanning through your stuff.
Should
and
be able
seeing
to
it.
benefit. So what is some of what we're looking for?
We're expecting strong deals across categories like electronics, toys, even categories that we've seen elevated prices on, things like appliances, even grocery.
So basically all of the things. It sounds
all
like
of the things.
Electronics, toys, appliances, groceries, et cetera, et cetera. So interesting little nugget from Lori Nickel, who joined us earlier from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. She told us that how she operates with Prime Days is that she just has things over time that she'll put in her cart. And then, well, I don't really want to spend this, but we'll see when Prime Days comes around. Maybe I can get it for a bargain or whatever.
Okay.
And
right.
then she'll pull the trigger like today or tomorrow if she sees that, you know, the price is right. That's a little safer than maybe going on just to look for a deal about something you don't even know you need or
It's
have
smart
or
shopping,
want.
right? It's actually how they say you should do holiday shopping.
Right. Yeah.
If you're ever out and you say, oh, Erik would really like this, buy it in June. Buy it, buy that, and you save it for that Christmas gift instead of, a week before going, I got to get something for Erik here.
Right.
And then just finding what pops up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and shop for the things you need, put them in the cart, and see how much you can save.
Amazon Prime Day is here.
Yeah, it's here.
Does that all sound good, Deb?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Also, one of the only things not being offered on the Prime Day deals is exactly the shirt I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
Also, I need another golf shirt like I need a hole in the head. So I guess this is probably best.
I suppose. All in good time, though. Southbound 41, we've got backups from Good Hope Road all the way down to about Capitol Drive. Northbound is slowing from about Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol Drive, almost to about Hampton. Southbound 43 is backing up from before Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. And then northbound 4394, heads up, we've got some delays from the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. It's a broken down vehicle just north of Howard Avenue off on the right, so just something to be careful of. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
What? The car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
Tennis season is back. Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Now, a buddy of mine is out on the court, and now he's starting to get to balls that he didn't used to get to, and said to me, well, I do have 2 new knees. Well, he's not only playing better, but he's doing it pain-free, and actually he's happy to be out there at all. So if knee pain, for example, is something that's preventing you from doing what you enjoy, it's time to go see the docs at OAW. Now, whether it's a total joint replacement or, like me, I just had a simple procedure to take care of a torn meniscus, these are the experts in getting you back in the game. Visit OAW's new physical therapy center in Germantown. You can walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic in Brookfield or Pewaukee, or get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Tickets are on sale now for EAA Air Venture Oshkosh. Get your tickets at EAA.org/tickets for an unforgettable week. One of the great things we do in Wisconsin every year is EAA. July 21st through the 27th, experience all the cool stuff. Daily air shows, including some at night, world-class performers, historic aircraft displays, and a variety of hands-on activities for all ages. 18 and under get in free, thanks in part to the Boeing Company. Don't wait. Get your tickets today at EAA.org/tickets. EAA Air Venture Oshkosh.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
What will become of the recombobulation zone in Milwaukee if we no longer have to fully recombobulate?
Do you think that disappears now?
No, because there's still a lot of other stuff you got to do.
A change is afoot at the airport. A major shift for anyone who flies. For the last 20 years anyway, TSA has always asked travelers to take off the shoes.
All removed footwear should be placed soles down on the X-ray conveyor belt or in a bin with nothing in, on, or under the footwear.
Yeah, take your shoes off, put them on the conveyor belt, walk through that area with your feet bare or in socks. Can you imagine not having socks on and just like walking through there?
Yeah, like the sandals
all
people.
grimy. Anyway, they're changing their policy now. Agency has not announced this change officially, but it appears to be taking effect already at airports across the country. TSA is not going to ask for you to take off your shoes anymore.
To get rid of this rule, I think is a good thing because there are other systems in place, some seen, some not seen, that are protecting travelers from explosives and other contraband.
That's Todd Curtis with the airsafe.com. He's a safety consultant there. So you remember this kind of all started in 2006. It was a few years after the Richard Reed shoe bomber story. Remember that guy?
Yeah, a guy tried to light his shoe on fire and blow up a plane, right?
Yep,
and then we started this. Then let's make everyone on the planet take their shoes off.
Right, and he failed at it. Now he's spending the rest of his life in prison. So yeah, we did the whole shoe taking off thing. And now what Curtis is saying is that over the many years, technology has improved. They have body scans. They're doing different things, so you don't really need people to take off their shoes anymore.
Over the years, TSA and their partner agencies have instituted all sorts of changes in procedures and technology to find out things like explosives and incendiaries.
Yeah, so they don't really need this anymore. My question is, what happens to pre-check? Because pre-check, which you pay for, one of the many benefits of pre-check, which you put in information into the system so they already know who you are, is that you don't have to take off your shoes. It's more streamlined, quicker. You're walking through security easier, faster, but you pay for that. So I'm just curious if they start just offering the regular passenger the same thing that pre-check is offered, then you're going to see passengers say, well, why am I paying for the pre-check if I don't need the pre-check?
See, Eric's bent out of shape because he already did the pre-check, and he doesn't want the rest of you, the likes of you, to be walking through with him.
Get out of my line. How dare you walk?
Hey, what are we doing here?
Why are you looking me in the eye?
You don't belong in this club.
Passengers super fired up about this change.
I guess it's a big time saver in the fact that I'm trying to take my shoes off, put them back on, while also trying to wrangle my kids, get my bags, do all the things. It's just one more headache that you have to manage.
I had less smellier airports, I guess, so that's good.
There you go.
I don't know about all that.
I'm not sure why we just assume everyone's feet stink, but
Well, have you been to the airport? Or next to that guy on the plane?
We haven't seen this yet happen in Milwaukee, but if you're headed to the airport, you may not be asked to take off your shoes, no matter which line you're in going through security.
It is 8:28 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Much more ahead on the program. We've got Brewers manager Pat Murphy joining us on Brewers 360. That comes your way at about 20 minutes before 9 o'clock. Lots to talk to Murph about. We got the Miz throwing tonight. Brewers just boat raced the Dodgers in Game 1 of the series. Freddie Peralta was great, the lone all-star. So much to talk to Murph about coming up in about 10, 15 minutes or so. Bottom of the hour headlines from ABC next. It's the biggest door on your house, so it's time it gets the attention it deserves. Vince Vitrano here talking with Rick Burr from Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Great to see you, Rick.
Nice to see you, Vince.
So I said it, garage door, biggest door on your house. And I think you don't realize how prominent it is until you start thinking about getting a new door.
Absolutely. And also, when you're about to sell the place, it's a huge value, and it increases the value of your home by updating your garage door with a newer door, maybe a row of windows. People, it's the first thing they see. It's the biggest thing they see. And it's the best return for your money on investment.
So I want to talk to you more about the types of doors, options for replacement and such. But maybe you're happy with your door and your door opener, what you guys call in the business, your motor. At Lifetime Door, if you have an emergency, you will come out and service existing garage doors and openers.
We will come out anytime, Monday through Sunday. We could come for emergency if necessary. We try to walk people through the easy stuff to get them through so they don't have to pay the extra expense of having somebody come out specifically for them.
Sure. Did you try this? Did you try that? Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And now in a situation to prevent that, actually these doors and openers, they do require regular maintenance.
We also offer a PM program. You can set it up for our once a year, twice a year, 3 times a year, whatever you want. I recommend a minimum of twice a year. But once is better than none.
Let's talk about door replacement now. We're talking with Rick Burr from Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Something I realized in my garage since you installed my beautiful new door is also how warm it is staying in the garage due to the insulated door and the really nice tight seal there. I bet you I'm 20 to 30 degrees warmer than it is outside.
With the Haas door and the polyurethane insulation, and it's a big difference, not only in the winter, but in the summer. It keeps your garage cooler, you'll notice in the summer. You haven't had that opportunity yet, but you will notice.
Rick from Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. And Rick's just authorized me to extend the December deal even further into 2025, 5% off any service or install. Visit the showroom near 124th and Burleigh in Brookfield or get started now at lifetimedoor.net.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. At least 104 people have died in central Texas flooding, but 20 more, including 10 girls from that summer camp in Kerrville, Texas, are still missing. As the search goes on for possible survivors and the bodies of those unaccounted for, ABC's Matt Gutman says there are so many questions about whether earlier warnings would have saved lives.
And with so many now wondering if a better warning system could have been used, Texas's lieutenant governor now saying that sirens might have made the difference, might have saved lives. He's saying going forward, the state will pay for them.
President Trump plans to visit the region on Friday. The White House sending letters letting Japan and South Korea know the new tariff deadline is August 1st, 25% tariffs for them from July 9th, which would have been this week. The TSA getting ready to end the policy of making people take their shoes off to fly. The policy first put in place in 2006 after a man tried to carry a bomb in his shoe and detonated on board a flight. This is ABC News.
Southbound 41 backing up from Good Hope Road, pretty much all the way down past Hampton. Northbound's backed up on and off the brakes from Mayfair Road all the way up to Hampton. Southbound 43 still seeing delays from Good Hope all the way past Silver Spring. You're back on the brakes from Capitol Drive down to Burleigh. Eastbound 94 is the other spot that's going to see some delays from just before 84th Street all the way through to 35th. Westbound is nice and clear. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast a high of 81 degrees today under partly cloudy skies. Chance that these scattered showers that are largely moving on out over Lake Michigan that have been around this morning may return in the afternoon. Partly cloudy and a slight chance of showers with a low of 67 tonight. 66 in Milwaukee from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. The city is set to provide an update today on efforts to crack down on illegal dumping, specifically talking about tires. In spring, Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson announced the city was beginning a pilot program to put hidden cameras out to catch offenders in the act. Well, the Department of Neighborhood Services says it's working. They've got a couple of people who've already been fined $25,000. Another suspect currently being sought.
A federal judge's report dealing a setback to the Milwaukee County judge who faces federal obstruction charges. So U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph is recommending against granting a motion to dismiss Judge Hannah Dugan's case. She writes that the absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump has immunity. So Judge Dugan is accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the Milwaukee courthouse. She has a scheduling conference set for tomorrow.
Big project for 6th Street. Reconstruction in Milwaukee will no longer be funded by the federal government. Funding for the $34 million project was cut under President Trump's tax cuts and spending bill that was signed last week. So the 6th Street reconstruction project had been announced last year by President Biden. It was part of the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant programs.
More Walgreens locations closing in southeast Wisconsin. So the Walgreens near 76th and Mill in Milwaukee, that'll shut its pharmacy down now, and the rest of the store will close later this month. Racine's Memorial Drive location will close on August 5th. Now, the pharmacy inside the Walgreens in downtown Milwaukee, the one at the Avenue in Wisconsin Avenue, that one is closing, but the front end part of that store will remain open. Walgreens had announced plans to close 1,200 stores across the country over the next 3 years.
Milwaukee Repertory Theater counting down to its first major performance in the newly renovated Associated Bank Theater Center. That is coming in fall. Casting director Jonathan Hetler just wrapped up auditions in New York for the Broadway musical Come From Away. Tells Wisconsin's Morning News the $80 million renovation is drawing national interest.
So it'll be able to be a thrust space like we're familiar with in the Powerhouse, but it'll also be able to become a proscenium space, so it'll be able to be very versatile. But then, yeah, I think we have a good reputation of like doing good work and making sure that the story is being told that we want to tell.
Come From Away, November at the Ellen and Joe Shakota, now named Powerhouse Theater.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Right now, the markets are trading, and the Dow is starting the day. Make sure I get this updated here. Right now, it looks like it is...
I got it here. You want me to go?
Nope, I got it now.
Okay.
It's down 105. Just wanted to
Why
make
don't
sure.
you just tell me what the markets are doing?
It's starting down 105. The NASDAQ up 35, and the S&P is flat at the moment.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 835.
Traffic is sponsored by Richlands Tire and Service Center.
Richlands Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlands.com when you're due for service.
Here's to time out on the water in Wisconsin. To living your best life while enjoying the lake life.
Ready?
And getting up on a wakeboard the very first try. Or not. Here's to wearing only swimsuits and wishing this perfect day would never end. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Start your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. The windows are in. Everything looks glorious at the Bilstad House, thanks to the crew there at Tri-County Contracting. Stephen and his guys and gals came in and installed several windows for us, and they did it during like the busiest times at our house ever. Like we were just scrambling, running around doing multiple different projects, setting up for a party and this and that, and they came in calmly, coolly, and took care of everything for us, and even took care of some of our garbage. Like, they could not have been a greater group of people to work with over at Tri-County Contracting. So happy with what we got from Tri-County Contracting, WI.com, because, you know, they got worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Hey, this is Honest Eddie from the car lot down the street.
Hi, Honest Eddie.
Is it true your showrooms don't have any employees?
That's right. Hasselus Mattress showrooms are employee-free.
Now, don't you be dishonest with Honest Eddie.
It's true. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy. And through Monday, get additional instant savings of $248 off Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest.
Son, to make it in sales, you gotta pressure people. Like, what's your budget? Or, I know it's the most expensive model, but trust me, it's the right one for you. And what's it gonna take to get you into a Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest today?
But that's hassling customers.
Yeah, so?
Our store is called Hassle Less Mattress.
Just change the name. How about Wacky Westerns?
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Gotta go.
Wait, no, let me talk to my manager.
Hasseless Mattress, 100% Eddie free. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at hasseless.com.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
It's super popular, Vince. It's one of the most exciting moments for anyone who goes to Disneyland there in SoCal. Many line up for this event. Many actually plan to go to this specific event at Disneyland. What are we referring to?
Okay, rope drop at Star Wars Land.
No, it's not Star
Galaxy's
Wars Land.
Edge. No,
nothing like that either.
Availability with various characters and whatnot.
Nope, it's the annual Lost and Found sale where all the stuff people leave behind and didn't claim goes up for sale.
Never mind Amazon Prime, right?
Right? The shoppers get all fired up because of the sunglasses. So there are like thousands and thousands and thousands of sunglasses that are left all the time. So they sell them for really cheap, couple of bucks at most.
Leave them somewhere, they fall off you on a ride.
Yeah. And some of them are nice, especially there in SoCal. So what happens is all these people show up for the annual Orange County sale to see if they can get their hands on some high-quality sunglasses. What else do they sell at the Disneyland annual Lost and Found sale? Well, there are strollers, apparently. Strollers get left behind that people rifle through. Electronics, cameras, even medical equipment like wheelchairs and canes. Now, one would assume that if you are leaving without your wheelchair, maybe you didn't need the wheelchair to begin with.
Yeah,
and that could have been a way to.
Or the cane, like, how did you get back to the car then?
Yeah, it was just a ruse.
I came in. I was so lifted by the spirits here at Walt Disneyland that I no longer have trouble walking.
Bargains on the branded shades are abound at the event. A pair of coveted Ray-Ban or Prada glasses only set shoppers back $1. So
what do Ray-Bans run you now? A couple $100
at least,
like if they're nice.
Some of the nice ones,
they're the good ones.
I like when I see kids wearing those. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I don't know. On a semi-recent trip to Mexico, I bought some Ray-Bans for.
Did you?
I got them for $10, Eric. So good deals can be had.
When were you in Mexico?
Right after I started. Remember, like a week after I was here, I took a vacation.
Oh, that's
which was prior planned thing, and then it ended up working. Yeah, but you know what? It was a fine market.
Sure, okay, good.
Reputable retailer there, it seemed, and actually they had been marked nearly $50, Eric.
Oh,
and
very
I
nice.
played somewhere in the neighborhood of 10. So.
We should point out that all the proceeds, like Disney doesn't just pocket all this money. It goes to the Southern California Goodwill, so it goes to a good cause.
I wonder, you have to think Disney World does the same, right? Or something like that.
Sure, they do.
A kid lost her hat last time there on the Snow White ride.
Now it's for sale for $2.
Right. You can get them if you look in the market for a Monsters Inc. cap that fits a young girl. Yeah, it might be there for you.
See?
8:41 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Brewers manager Pat Murphy on Brewers 360 next. First, though, Debbie, let's get another look at the roads.
Okay, southbound 41, still kind of heavy from Good Hope Road all the way down to about Hampton. A little bit more right past Capitol Drive. The northbound side is going to be slow just before Mayfair Road up to Hampton. Southbound 43 backed up from Good Hope all the way to Silver Spring. And then more delays just south of Capitol Drive down to about Locust. Eastbound 94, you got backups from 84th Street all the way through to 35th, and then just a little bit of a backup northbound 4394, just north of Howard Avenue all the way up past Oklahoma Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. The best in the business, strongest resilience, and the Pella Experience. The Pella Experience Center in Brookfield. I highly recommend a visit. You can go out there, you see and compare the dozens of window and door options that they have for you. And if you stop in Thursday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., you can stop out and say hello to some of us. Hosts from WTMJ, ESPN Wisconsin, and The Truth live in the Pella showroom. So you want to schedule your in-home consultation for a chance to win some amazing prizes as well. Brewers tickets and giveaways from this season, a game-worn jersey, Badgers College game day tailgate, State Fair, Green Bay tickets, and more. Winners will be chosen every 2 hours. So don't miss your chance also to win $2,000 off your minimum purchase of $5,000 when you hold your appointment before July 31st. Don't have time to stop in? You can schedule an appointment by calling Pella or at PellaWI.com on July 10th to be entered into all of those raffles. And the earlier you enter, the more chances you will have to win through the day. Exciting day ahead. Order by July 31st. 0% interest on your financing for up to 5 years. Certain restrictions do apply at PellaWI.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Hearing matters. It's not only about hearing better and interacting better, it's about protecting your health. Vita Hearing Care are going to take great care of you. Locally family-owned, 2 locations, Mount Pleasant and Waterford. I've been there. They've helped me. I have new hearing aids, and it's about embracing life's meaningful moments for me, my wife. Life is better. Every conversation, melody, and memory should be effortless. Vita will help get you there. Check out VitaHearingCare.com. That's VITA HearingCare.com.
manager of our Milwaukee Brewers, Pat Murphy.
To have the opportunity to face off with Kershaw, it would be great. I have great respect for what Kershaw's done for this game over the last 15 years and how he handles himself, and of course the mighty Dodgers. It's a great opportunity for our fans and for our city, and yeah, I hope everybody comes out.
This is Brewers 360.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. Yeah, shouldn't have a problem juicing the gate today. More on that matchup coming up in a moment as we're joined now by Brewers manager Pat Murphy. Morning, Murph.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Murph, let me just play you the home run call from the new guy. Really got things charged up in that first game in the series here with the Dodgers.
And the 2-2. Fly ball, deep left. It is up and it is gone. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Andrew Vaughn.
Murph general manager Matt Arnold gets it done again. This is a kid who is in the minor leagues for one of the, at least statistically, worst teams in the game right now. You bring him up, you call him up, first at bat, he goes yard.
Yeah, he's a veteran, though. I mean, he's been in the big leagues 2 or 3 years and was a very good player and had a really down year. And like you said, Arnold, the front office, decided that when we traded Savali, that was the kind of return we needed, somebody that we take a chance on, that maybe he can catch fire with us.
So
far, so good.
Yamamoto is one of the best pitchers in the game, not even just in this country, but in Japan, too. You guys ran him so quickly. What did you know? What did you see? How did you set that up?
Well, we didn't set it up as a coaching staff. You just prepare the guys the best you can, but they're the ones that do the reacting. There was great at-bats. We took our walks when we had to, and, that piles up. It's kind of like a relentless approach where you acquire bases, and then you pop one. Doesn't always happen that way, but when it does, it looks like you really know what you're doing.
Murph, in the series then, how does that affect the Dodgers long-term, having to get into the pen in inning one? I mean, you know how you have to set your rotation, what you're counting on from your starter every night. Doesn't always work out that way, but does this hurt the Dodgers for the series?
Well, it certainly doesn't help them. They're so deep, and
yeah,
they often have bullpen games because they've had the injuries we've had, and so I think it doesn't help them. But they have their best relievers ready to go.
On the flip side, Freddie Peralta, your lone Brewers All-Star, just learned of that news that you shared with the team the other day, and he goes out and throws, I don't know, maybe his best outing of the season?
Was really good. He's been really good, but he took that 5-run lead and he didn't back off. He attacked, and that's the key to that thing. You got to stay aggressive at that time. It's mentally challenging, and some young pitchers can't do it. But Freddie just went out there and continued. I mean, he's been great for us all year. In about 19 starts, he's been the one that's been the most consistent.
So we got a great one tonight. We got Jacob Mizorowski going up against Clayton Kershaw, future Hall of Famer. Is this one of those ones where do you have to tell a young kid hey, so Kershaw is really good? Is he almost too young to appreciate who Clayton Kershaw even is?
I think he knows. Miz is a baseball kid, and he knows who Kershaw is, and he knows what he's done. But you really can't take time to think about that. You got a job to do. Your teammates are counting on you to, throw that ball across the dish and give them a chance. And I think he'll soak it all in later. I'm sure his family's there, and they'll enjoy it. It's monumental in your career when you go up against the Hall of Famer. But that's part of it. That's part of being in this jungle. You gotta know that kind of stuff happens, and it can't affect you. You still got to go perform.
Yeah, Murph, we haven't had a chance to talk since Miz got touched up a little bit there in New York. So what notes did you give him, or what did you see in his performance there that he will be able to learn from and take into tonight?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a young pitcher that's like a baby giraffe, he's 6'8", and he's all arms and legs, you can get out of sync pretty easily. He took full responsibility, and he understands. He took all the information that we gave him. And it wasn't like he was doing anything wrong. He was just a little bit out of sync and yanking the ball a little bit, and it wasn't going where he wanted it to. And it just goes to show you the great ones, like you saw on Freddie last night, they stay consistent. It's hard to do, even if you throw the ball really hard. Throwing the ball really hard doesn't make you a successful pitcher. And Miz understands that. He knew it before he got here, and he knows he has to step up there tonight against maybe the best offense in baseball and throw the ball where he wants to.
Speaking of full responsibility, shortstop Joey Ortiz not in the lineup last night. We know that there's been some sitting of Ortiz, it would appear, because of some of his at-bats. Is that right? You're not happy with some of his looks?
Yeah, that's accurate. I talked to him about it. He understands it, and, you go to the plate. It doesn't matter if you're a 10-year veteran or a rookie or a second-year player. You got to go to the plate convicted, and I don't think he's been very convicted lately, and I think he got the message because he doesn't like sitting on the bench.
You going to play him today, Murph?
Yeah. What do you think?
Okay, I think you are then, based on that.
We fully expect him to
respond.
Yes,
I want it right.
Absolutely.
You're going to go 3 for 4 today and have a day. That would be the best case scenario. Can you talk a little bit, Murph, too, about how awesome it's going to be? We already touched on Miz v. Kershaw, but we had a little taste of that when he faced off against Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh, and what an electric afternoon that was at American Family Field. The place is going to be packed tonight. There's going to be so much energy there.
How about Woody? You didn't even mention Woody.
Oh, we haven't got to Woody yet. Yeah, that's right. All right, I got a question for you on Woody, but how about the atmosphere today?
It'll be special. The fans have been unbelievable. We've had some nights like this, but the fans have just been incredible and supportive, and they know we have a young team, and they know we've had incredible adversity, and it's just great to see the people of Milwaukee come out and support the Brewers.
Okay, on Woody, here was my thought when heard some of his post-game comments coming off of his amazing performance there in Miami. He talked about how special it was having his family there with him. I know you were on the family road trip recently. A lot of the players and front office and everybody brought their families with them. You're a guy who loves to have your kids around the game. Just how special for Woody to share that with his young daughter, with his son, and his wife and other family there, who are also a part of that recovery process, right, over a couple of years?
No question. The thing is, it was a great day for Brewers, the Brewer history. I mean, this guy's been a huge part of the most successful era in Brewers history, and everybody knows the great things he's done for our org, and to see him come out and perform and go through 2 years of rehab. You're right. The families are heavily involved, and the traveling he did in the off season, the different places and different doctors and different rehab places that he went to, and our rehab people, the job they did. It's just, a great day to see the kid come back and and pitch so well. Really, really special.
Well, Skip, as you know, we want to keep you apprised of the local news scene here to make sure that because you're so focused on the game. So here is another one. This is legit. This is actually happening. Today is the deadline for a lady from Cudahy, which is a suburb of Milwaukee, to turn in her wallaby. She has a pet wallaby. It's like a little baby kangaroo that got free last week. Police brought it back to her. She's fine. But now the health department in that little suburb is saying, hey, you can't have a wild animal, and she's supposed to surrender it today. But she argues it's not a wild animal. It's domesticated. It's my little baby kangaroo. That's what's happening in one of the suburbs of Milwaukee today.
Wow. That's interesting. What do you want from me?
I think exactly that. I think that'll do it. Murph, I can't tell if you like we like to just add some other out of the box story for you. So if you don't want us to do that anymore, we don't have to. I guess.
No. You guys really excite me. I think about these things for weeks. I can't sleep at night sometime with these.
Monday night, it's a tough sleep, no doubt. All right, Murph. Thanks again for the time. We'll talk next week.
You got it. Talk to you soon, guys.
That's a 6:40 first pitch tonight. Brewers and Dodgers at American Family Field.
Come see what the good times are.
All right, Deb.
Okay.
One more time here.
Northbound on 43, the Rock Freeway, just Just before you get to Highway 100, looks like we've got some possible lane closures, the right lane, because of some debris on the roadway. And I don't know if it's the bottom part of a barrel or if it's tire debris. There's definitely something in that right lane. So just be careful if you're heading through there. Again, northbound on the Rock Freeway. Otherwise, eastbound 94 slowing down from 84th Street to 35th. Westbound squeaky clean. Southbound 41 backing up from Good Hope Road down to about Capitol. Northbound from Mayfair Road all the way up almost to Hampton. And southbound 43 backed up from Good Hope past Silver Spring and then back on the brakes from Keefe to Locust. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Imagine that unbelievable new deck in your backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck builder. Building new decks and replacing old ones, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax in your own backyard. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited's resourceful Waukesha showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
For over a century, local broadcasting has evolved with the needs of the community. We move past the stigmas of opinion journalism and bring the most relevant news online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Hi, I'm attorney David Gruber. After an accident, you need a trusted winning team on your side. For more than 30 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped Wisconsin families get the results they deserve. If you've been injured, call our firm today for a free consultation. We're available 24/7. Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices, proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handled all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit LoyalFamilyRenovations.com.
Unfortunately, violence is on the rise in Milwaukee, and this is a problem which impacts us all. But together we can make a difference. Please join me and the 620 WTMJ team on Saturday, July 12th from 9 a.m. to noon for our 3rd annual Walk Against Violence, supported by 1NKE. Now it's time to bring an end to the senseless violence in our community and to encourage a safer Milwaukee for us all. To join our Walk Against Violence on Saturday, July 12th, visit 1017thetruth.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Following some breaking news this morning out of Madison, Vince, the state Supreme Court is clearing the way for the state to institute a ban on conversion therapy. The court ruling Tuesday that a Republican-controlled legislative committee's rejection of a state agency rule that would ban the practice of conversion therapy for LGBTQ+ was unconstitutional. So this ruling 4-3 from the liberal-controlled court comes amid the national battle over LGBTQ+ rights. It's also part of a broader effort by the governor of Wisconsin. So as of now, this would clear the way for a potential ban of that practice of conversion.
So banning the banning.
Banning the banning.
Right. It is 8:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Top of the hour headlines next.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. When Tri-City National Bank decided to optimize their print output strategy, they needed a resource with the expertise to recommend a solution. CIO Robert Prang.
And James helped us with that analysis of what our print consumption was and what we were doing.
The outcome of the James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services recommendation?
We ended up reducing down to about 97 total printers and copiers from 197.
The impact on your print output?
We eliminated over 500,000 pages a month of output that we figured out we really didn't need.
Month after month, that adds up to savings and value.
Oh, tons of value. Those numbers add up even when it's only a penny or so per page.
Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems. AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation. To learn more, visit jamesimaging.com.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. The Milwaukee Weight Loss Program has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Milwaukee Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. I dropped 40 pounds with Milwaukee Weight Loss. No crazy workouts, no meal kits or shakes, and definitely no meds or injections. They helped reset my metabolism, and the weight's actually stayed off. It's been a game changer for me. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 262-393-2334 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
It might be showtime in L.A., but in Milwaukee, there's a new star on the rise.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. What a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The Brewers and the Dodgers face off in Milwaukee. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05 on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, June 8th, our top story. Breaking news from the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Search efforts continue in Texas.
81 degrees your high temperature today under partly cloudy skies. Now, we did have some scattered showers early this morning. Still some shower activity in Washington and Sheboygan counties. Dodge County getting in on this as well. Now, that should be moving out. A little bit of a lull, and then a chance for those scattered showers returning. Partly cloudy, slight chance of showers tonight, low down to 67. Milwaukee at 69. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the Wisconsin Supreme Court now clearing the way for the state to institute a ban on conversion therapy. The court ruled that a Republican-controlled legislative committee's rejection of a state agency rule that would ban the practice of conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus people was unconstitutional. Governor Tony Evers has been trying since 2020 to get a conversion therapy ban enacted. Legislature has stopped it from going into effect.
More than 100 people have died from the flash flooding in Texas, and many remain missing. The powerful storms washed homes from their foundation last week. News Nation's Brian Enton is in Kerr County, Texas.
The water's gone down substantially now, but it was up to pretty much where my neck is. These homes were just totally moved. And you look inside, I mean, the water just took the walls down. Everything inside is destroyed. There's mud everywhere. If you were sleeping inside in the middle of the night in your bed in a house like this, you would have been swept right out.
President Trump expected to visit Texas on Friday.
Setback now for the Milwaukee judge indicted on federal obstruction charges.
Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan's legal team has been trying to get her case dismissed. She's accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents at the courthouse. Now a federal judge is recommending against dropping the charges. U.S. Magistrate Judge Nancy Joseph writes that absolute immunity does not apply to criminal cases against judges, and neither does the Supreme Court ruling that President Donald Trump has immunity. The judge for Dugan's trial, U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, will make the final decision. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
It's unclear whether that decision may come tomorrow. Judge Dugan does have a scheduling conference on Wednesday.
The city of Milwaukee will provide an update later this hour on its efforts to crack down on illegal dumping.
In spring, Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson announced the city would begin a pilot program deploying hidden cameras to catch offenders in the act of illegal dumping.
It's a crime of laziness and it's a crime of greed.
The Department of Neighborhood Services says 2 people have been fined $25,000 for the practice, while they are working to prosecute another suspect believed to have dumped thousands of tires across Milwaukee. The Common Council voted unanimously to approve a flat $5,000 fine for illegal dumping in April. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Plans to restore the Mitchell Park domes could move forward today. Milwaukee County Parks and Culture Committee set to consider the plan that would commit $30 million to that effort. If the committee and then the full county board were to approve it, Milwaukee Domes Alliance, formerly known as Friends of the Domes, would take over operations at the domes through a long-term lease agreement that could last almost 100 years.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Mixed bag right now on Wall Street. The Dow is down 97, the NASDAQ up 9, the S&P down 4.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 9:04.
To better understand yourself and live a more fulfilling life, maintaining mental health is essential. It's every bit as important as your physical health. I'm Kelly from Ellie Mental Health. If you're worried about cost holding you back, please be aware insurance can and should pay for mental health therapy. The barriers to mental health treatment inspired owners Lisa and Jacob to start Ellie Mental Health. Our therapists are real people who, like you, have hard days too. They have lots of experience in disordered eating, grief, mood disorders, children and families, substance use disorders, trauma, and more. Ellie Mental Health's directors, myself and Dawn, are licensed clinical social workers with over 30 years of combined experience. Our therapists address what most don't. The elephant in the room is different for everyone. Let us help you find a therapist you can vibe with and take the first step on your path to improved mental health.
This has been the Mental Health Minute. Come visit Ellie Mental Health in Waukesha for their open house on July 10th. Get started on your mental health journey today at elliementalhealth.com.
Escape the city and relax at Lake Lawn Resort in beautiful Delavan, Wisconsin. Enjoy outdoor activities on Delavan Lake, tee off at the Lakeside Majestic Oaks Golf Course, or unwind at the award-winning Caladora Spa. With both indoor and outdoor pools, there's fun for the whole family. Take a cruise on the Lake Lawn Queen, explore stunning shores and historic landmarks, and enjoy delicious food and drinks on board. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com, where everything is better at the lake.
When you're due for tire service, visit richlawns.com for the location nearest you.
We'll give you a free flat tire repair on every tire we install. No questions asked. I'm Brett Matchke with Rich Lawns. You're due for service.
Rich Lawns. When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update for the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. It's the Miz v. Kershaw tonight at American Family Field. Brewers manager Pat Murphy on Wisconsin's Morning News. Milwaukee's young pitching phenom will have plenty of time to soak in the environment after the game.
He'll soak it all in later. I'm sure his family's there and they'll enjoy it. It's monumental in your career when you go up against the Hall of Famer, but that's part of it. That's part of being in this jungle. You gotta know that kind of stuff happens and it can't affect you. You still got to go perform.
6:40 first pitch. Our coverage here on WTMJ begins right after the 6 o'clock news.
WTMJ time saver traffic 94 eastbound Highway 16 through the Zoo interchange and into the Marquette is looking good all the way in. That should be a 17-minute ride, so no problems there. Typical delays on the road work areas on 41, 45, and on 43.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, partly cloudy, chance of scattered showers returning after these morning showers are done with a high of 81 degrees. Slight chance of showers tonight, low down to 67. Partly cloudy, high 77 lakeside, 81 inland on Wednesday. Mostly sunny on Thursday with a high of 83 degrees, bit cooler by the lake. Partly cloudy and humidity returning on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms late, high 83. And for Saturday, chance of thunderstorms mainly early in the day. 84 degrees your high temp. In Milwaukee now 69.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Later this morning in Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a cabinet meeting, huh?
As President Trump holding another meeting with his cabinet, press corps invited while hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House on Monday. President dangling a carrot for Iran, suggesting he'd be willing to lift sanctions in exchange for an end to their nuclear program and for a commitment to peace in the Middle East.
I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel.
There's that. Tariff news. Oh, by the way, the president to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. On top of all of it in Washington this morning, CBS White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi live with us. Hi, Olivia.
Good morning.
Hey, are you getting in on that the cabinet meeting? Will you be in there?
Not today. So today CNN is up for pool, but we were in the meeting yesterday, that dinner that Trump was having with Netanyahu. CBS was in the room for that.
So that was kind of spectacular because there's just a whole bunch of news that came out of that. I guess let's back up and start with Iran. The president continued to reiterate that he wants to offer Iran a way out of their policies over the last several decades, including their commitment to building that nuclear program.
Certainly a lot of news. One of our reporters, Jennifer Jacobs, actually asked the president, would he be willing, open to more strikes on Iran? And the president kind of balked at that. He said, I don't want to do that. I don't want us to get to that point again. I think they've learned their lesson. I think they're willing to come to the table. He then added that Iran actually requested a meeting with the U.S. To restart those negotiations. Remember, those negotiations were happening up until the point that Israel then began striking Iran preemptively. They say that the negotiations weren't going as fast as they should and that they had to strike them soon. The U.S. then got in on those strikes. And then, of course, now it seems like they're back to the negotiating table. Special Envoy Witkoff says he'll be heading to those negotiations later in the week at some point. However, the Iranians actually said this morning that they didn't request a meeting. So there's a lot of back and forth there about specifically what those conversations would look like. But ultimately, it signals, one, that the president is open to restarting those negotiations. He doesn't want to have to strike them again. But two, the fact that the president is saying this in the presence of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, who kind of bucked him during his last visit and said that he would be moving forward with these strikes. Or excuse me, he moved forward with the strikes without really the blessing of the president several weeks ago. Quite notable there, kind of a rebalancing of that relationship.
And these two last night, Olivia, were they talking again of the possibility of relocating people from the Gaza Strip?
Well, so it's interesting. The president was asked about that and about his Palestinian relocation plan. Remember, he came up with that a couple months ago, where he said the goal would be to move people out of Gaza, rebuild it, and then allow them to come back if they wanted to. Of course, that raised a lot of questions. Where would all these displaced people go? Would they go to the surrounding countries? So the president was asked about this last night, and he redirected the question to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's, of course, waging this war against Gaza. So I think that kind of showed there that the president is being very deferential to Netanyahu about this specifically and the war that's being waged there.
Netanyahu, for his part, continues to hammer, and I think rightfully so, if we're going to have a ceasefire in Gaza, if we're going to pull back, what about the hostages? They're talking about maybe if there's this ceasefire agreement that is being brokered right now, 10 additional people known to still be alive who've been held by Hamas. All of these, I guess, were coming up on 2 years now since those October 7th attacks.
Yeah, certainly. That's part of the deal that they're trying to work out right now in Qatar. We know that there is an Israeli delegation there. There's a delegation from Hamas there, and they're literally speaking through mediators. They're in the same hotel, but speaking to mediators on different floors. So very interesting there. But part of this would be what's on the table is a 60-day ceasefire, a withdrawal of some Israeli troops, and in return, they would turn over 10 hostages. Now, there are about 20, maybe 22 hostages that Hamas still has. Israel believes that most of them are still alive, but have not been able to completely verify that yet. But this would be part of that deal, certainly some return of those hostages. So it seems like these negotiations, at least from the White House perspective, they are expressing confidence about it. They are saying that they believe this ceasefire deal is possible. It's certainly something top of mind for the president. He said yesterday he believes they should be able to have it done either this week, in the coming weeks, at least some type of movement, because you're right, we are approaching 2 years of this very deadly conflict, which has been extraordinarily painful on both sides.
And the prime minister suggesting a Nobel Peace Prize for the president.
He did. The president in endless pursuit of that Nobel Peace Prize, especially after President Obama won it and was nominated for it during his administration. So still an endless pursuit. One could see that as potentially an overture from Netanyahu to really cement himself in the good graces of this president, especially as the two of them, had a bit of a fraught relationship in recent weeks, given the strikes on Iran that Israel had done, and the president, saying that expletive on the White House South Lawn, saying
Yes.
that they don't know what the F they're doing.
Olivia Rinaldi is with us from CBS News in Washington this morning. On the discussion about world peace, Olivia, there's also this piece in Ukraine. The president, who had hoped to broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, hoped that he could trade on at least having some relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin, has thus far not been able to get Putin to capitulate whatsoever on his aggression there. So much, I suppose, to his chagrin, President Trump is saying, all right, fine, then we're going to send more arms to Ukraine.
Right. This is an extraordinary turnaround from this president, who said that there would be no more weapons given to Ukraine during his administration. That's something he talked about during the campaign trail, that there would be at least a stoppage of aid. Now we know that the president has really thrown a lot of might and a lot of national security prowess into ending this war, and it has not gone the way they wanted it to. The president last night expressing major frustration with President Putin of Russia, saying he wasn't happy with him at all. We've seen an increasingly negative the president has been increasingly negative about Putin, someone who he used to praise. So very notable there. And on the weapons specifically, we know there was a pause in sending some of those defensive weapons to Ukraine last week. The Pentagon said that all weapon shipments were under review. It wasn't just Ukraine. However, they were the ones most acutely impacted by that. And there was some reporting from the Wall Street Journal last week that the president had told Ukrainian President Zelensky he did not know about those weapons package being paused. And then last night he announced, at least to CBS News in the room, and then later the Pentagon announced this, that they would be resuming that package of defensive weapons, saying that they need it, that they needed to defend themselves, they needed to stay alive, and he's not happy with what's happening with the conflict. But an extremely notable turn from the president, who has been very critical of Zelensky in the past, but now says, we need to help them, we need to defend them, please send them weapons.
Of course, there's also the tariffs that are in the news again.
In his free
morning.
time, we're going to do this.
But, has the White House said anything, speaking of the going to Texas with the flooding that we've seen there, is the White House keeping an eye on that situation at all, how that's played out, what's happening there?
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly aware of some of the concerns about those cuts to NOAA, to the National Weather Service. They were very preemptive yesterday, saying, and pointing out, reporting, even CBS reporting, that the National Weather Service cuts didn't exactly impact their response because they were adequately staffed in a lot of the offices down there. And even one of the offices, was overstaffed leading up to that tragic flooding. They also walked us through, when the alerts went out and how they were notified. But even if you're sending out these alerts and you're notifying people, if they don't have phones or cell service or power lines are knocked down or any of these things, it's hard to get those alerts out, which isn't exactly the White House's fault. That's a local issue, and that's been very well documented through some really good reporting coming out of Texas. But this White House has been watching it very, very closely. It's horrific what is happening down there. And the president says he would like to visit by Friday, or on Friday he'd like to visit, but White House officials I've been talking to say they need to make sure that the situation on the ground is squared away, and they're not taking any resources away. You know how much a presidential visit can kind of drain resources. It's such a delicate balance. You want to visit to boost morale, but you also don't want to take away from what's needed on the ground. So they're trying to thread that needle and trying to figure out when's the best day for the president to visit down there.
Last thing for you here, Olivia, and we're joined by Olivia Rinaldi, White House reporter for CBS News. I'm seeing also that the president is going to speak with House Speaker Mike Johnson today. We're coming off the victory for the president, getting the so-called Big Beautiful Bill passed and signed even by his deadline. So now I'm kind of trying to think of what legislatively does the president have any asks out for the House, for the Senate, or is he kind of done with that crew for a while? I guess, yeah, TikTok is still out there.
Yeah, you got TikTok, you got appropriations, you have rescissions, you have the Genius Act, which is the stable coins and cryptocurrency act, which the president is very interested in, as he's got his own cryptocurrency.
Yeah, he can make a buck.
And his wife has cryptocurrencies. His son has cryptocurrencies. So there's a lot out there for them to chew on. We know the Senate is at least up here on Capitol Hill this week. The House is on recess, but for Speaker Mike Johnson, you don't really get a recess or a vacation. So
yeah, no kidding. Neither do we. In news from the White House.
Yeah,
right?
No, certainly not.
Appreciate it. That's Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News.
Thanks,
live
Olivia.
with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
9:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Wrap up the first half of the season with the Brewers as they take on the Nationals July 11th through the 13th. Kick the weekend off with the Crew's annual celebration of black culture at the Negro Leagues tribute game on Friday the 11th. Then your next can't-miss giveaway arrives on Saturday the 12th when the first 25,000 fans will get a 90s throwback jersey presented by CBS 58. Grab your seats at Brewers.com.
Meet as strangers, leave as friends. We are proudly a family-owned and operated business. Now, those words greet you on the front page of the website for huntsflooring.com. And those amazing people, Taylor and Tony and Phil and the team there, they greet you when you visit the Hunts Flooring showroom on Highway 100 in Greenfield. Vince Vitrano here. If you are considering a flooring project for your business or for your home, got to give these folks a chance to earn your business. We are doing our entire first floor with Hunts this summer, and they've been so helpful because we have some HVAC, plumbing, and electrical that we need to move before we can do the project. But working with the Hunts team, taking their advice, picking out our hardwood, getting the measurements done so we'll be ready to go. It's been such an enjoyable process already. In business for over 40 years. So these are the folks that you can trust with your flooring project. Carpet, vinyl, hardwood, whatever you're doing, they would love to hear Vinny sent you. It's Hunts Flooring. You can find them at huntsflooring.com.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
While last year you were king of the league.
King in the castle, king in the castle.
When you come to Milwaukee,
Have a chair, I have a chair.
we wear the crown.
Oh, well.
The Brewers host the Dodgers at AmFam Field.
Yelich to left. This is well struck. Back at the track, and it's gone!
Our Brewers coverage starts tonight with Brewers warm-up at 6. We are the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
On Wisconsin's Morning News. How about that for a packed agenda in Washington today? I mean, take a breath after that report from Olivia.
And we didn't even get into
We didn't really
the
get into the tariff stuff.
Right.
I know, yes. President extending the deadline on tariffs to August 1st. Is that right?
Sounds right, yeah.
And in allowing for more time for negotiation. Now, if you don't like President Trump, you're going to see, Trump, he always backs down and he lost there. If you love President Trump, you're saying, no, he's a smart businessman. He's extending this time. If there's an opportunity to still reach new deals, he's going to allow that to happen. So didn't even have a chance to get into all of that with Olivia this morning. I am told, there are still tickets available to see Gary Sinise in Milwaukee next week.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan!
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
I'm Lieutenant Dan Taylor.
Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump. Now, he's been a whole bunch of other things in his Hollywood career, but Sinise fully embracing his most recognizable role. You have fully leaned into Lieutenant Dan, and you're doing good work with it.
Well, there was kind of no getting around it.
Hey, Eric and I spoke with Sinise last month about his bringing the Lieutenant Dan Band to Milwaukee for a show at Meyer Festival Park. More on that from a moment. I loved that takeaway from them, and I ask a lot of folks like Gary and others who embrace that role, that character for which they're most known, because you and I both interviewed people who don't want to be that guy anymore.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Or I was a lot of other things besides this
I was
thing.
also a classically trained actor,
Yes.
you know.
I would like to talk about me being in Hamlet at Shinolinden Theater there in Arizona. Okay, great. Yeah, but you're this guy.
Yeah, but you were Obi-Wan.
but you're Lieutenant Dan, right? So he's going to be at the Aurora Pavilion Monday evening at Meyer Festival Park. The Lieutenant Dan Band, if you don't know, has been it's a band, and actually they play really good music. Gary Sinise is only a piece of that, but he's the front of the band. And they've been performing for the troops all over the world for years.
I wouldn't have played all these shows if I didn't think it was lifting people up and helping people out. And from the get-go, I could see that, just showing up, giving a little entertainment, shaking some hands, taking some pictures, visiting with the troops, letting them know we appreciate them and we're grateful for what they're doing out there. I could see that was making a difference. And then that made me want to go back and do it again.
This is a guy who appears to be as good of a guy as he appears to be, right? You know what I mean?
Right, yes.
Seems like a great guy, and he's doing the work, right?
Mm-hmm,
So this Milwaukee show, actually, in this case, it's going to be a benefit for Skylight Music Theater in Milwaukee. Sinise, a stage actor first, one of the founders of Chicago's Steppenwolf Theater, where a lot of great work originates and comes from, and he's got close ties to Skylight here.
Michael Unger, who is the artistic director over there at Skylight. I've known Michael for over 50 years. We went to the same high school together. And
So WTMJ's Sandy Max is going to feature another interview with Sinise ahead of the show. Sandy's show is Wednesday evening, so you want to listen for that, 6 o'clock on Wednesday here on WTMJ. Back to the concert. So the Lieutenant Dan Band, tickets start at only about $40. There are premium options as well if you want a VIP meet and greet. That is available, but you can get in the house, and it's not the biggest of venues there. So to be an intimate group, you get to hear the Lieutenant Dan Band, see and hear from Lieutenant Dan himself, Gary Sinise. Still room to get you in. Text Dan to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620. We'll see a link with that information. That's coming up Monday night at Meyer Festival Park.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. If you've saved in a 401k or IRA, you might think you're set for retirement. But here's something you need to know. Every dollar you withdraw could be taxed. And with rising government debt, future tax hikes could take an even bigger bite out of your savings. Imagine reaching retirement only to realize the IRS is taking more of your money than you expected. It's one of the biggest risks that retirees face, spending their savings without a plan for taxes. And once you're retired, it's often too late to fix it. That's why I want to help you create a tax strategy now so you can keep more of your hard-earned money. At Drake & Associates, we focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you lower your lifetime tax bill and maximize your retirement income. And right now, I'm offering you a free retirement toolkit, plus a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, to show you how to keep more of your money working for you, not the IRS. Text TAX to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies. Don't wait until tax rates rise. Start planning today. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you keep more of what you've earned.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
It's always a beautiful experience coming out to the ballpark. Many fans prep in the parking lot amongst our legendary tailgaters. When you're ready for new windows and doors, prep for those at the Pella Experience Center in Brookfield. See, feel, open, close, and compare dozens of window and door options from different Pella lines side by side. And if you order by July 31st, get 0% interest for up to 5 years on Blue Mountain Road or visit PellaWI.com today.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife recently had a major accident that involved her back. I felt blessed and lucky because Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is on our side. She's on the way to healing. They've got the best imaging and best doctors, the best systems, and the best way of taking care of you. They've got experts when it comes to things like shoulders, knees, and hips. And it's not always surgery. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin will take care of you from beginning to end. Go to their website, OHOW.com, OHOW.com. Request an appointment. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, hope of finding survivors in central Texas of the catastrophic flooding dimming a day after finding out that more than 100 people were killed when the waters rose in the early hours of July 4th. ABC's Matt Gutman with more on the warning sirens that might have been better at telling people if they had been installed.
It has become clear that the method so many people have used to warn each other over the years, word of mouth, did not work. Texas's lieutenant governor saying that sirens may have made the difference, may have saved lives. And he said going forward, the state would pay for them.
At least 20 people remain missing. President Trump's latest executive order delaying now official tariff increases on dozens of countries until August 1st, relieving some pressure on world markets. The president also ordering a 25% tariff on goods imported from South Korea and Japan unless deals are reached. The TSA expected to announce today that it will no longer make people in regular security lines take off their shoes. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court just cleared the way for the state to institute a ban on conversion therapy. Now, the court ruled that a Republican-controlled legislative committee's rejection of a state agency rule that would ban the practice of conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus people, that rule was unconstitutional. Governor Tony Evers has been trying since 2020 to get a conversion therapy ban enacted. The legislature has stopped that from going into effect.
As Elon Musk teases the launch of a new political party, several Wisconsin voters say they never received their $100 checks promised by the Tesla CEO. This ahead of the 2025 state Supreme Court election. The Wisconsin State Journal reports multiple people who signed Musk's petition to stop activist judges still waiting for their checks months after the election was called between winner Susan Crawford and Brad Schimmel.
More Walgreens locations closing in southeast Wisconsin. 76th and Mill in Milwaukee will close the pharmacy July 1st, rest of the store July 28th. A Racine location near Memorial and State will close on August 5th. Inside the Avenue right here in downtown Milwaukee, they'll be closing the pharmacy but keeping the front end store open. Walgreens has announced plans to close some 1,200 stores across the country over the next 3 years.
Here's a bunch of money. The WTMJ NX Wealth Management market update. Right now, the Dow is down 68 to 44,337. NASDAQ up 24 to 24,36. And the S&P is up a fraction to 6230.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ Time Saver traffic 94 eastbound, Highway 16 through the zoo and into the city is looking good. You shouldn't have any issues getting into downtown. 4145 north and south, of course, you'll see some slowdowns in that stretch. Here and there, ebbs and flows as they deal with the construction there, and also on 43 northbound.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy today. Chance of scattered showers returning after our morning showers are done with a high of 81. Partly cloudy and a slight chance of showers tonight, low down to 67. Wednesday, 81 degrees, your inland high, 77 by the lake under partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny, 83 degrees, your high temp, just a few degrees cooler by the lake. Partly cloudy, humidity returning on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms late and a high of 83. And for Saturday, high 84 with a chance of thunderstorms mainly early. Right now, Milwaukee at 69. Tickets on sale now for EAA Air Venture Oshkosh. Get your tickets at EAA.org/tickets today and get ready for an unforgettable week, July 21st through the 27th. Experience all the only in Oshkosh moments with a full week of endless possibilities, daily air shows, world-class performers, historic aircraft displays, and a variety of hands-on activities for every age. Youth 18 and under get in free, thanks in part to the Boeing Company. Don't wait. Get your tickets today. EAA.org/tickets.
Save on sizzling summer favorites at Fleet Farm's Summer Sale, July 10th through the 13th. 16-pound bags of Kingsford charcoal or Matchlight briquettes are only $9.99. 24 packs of Fleet Farm drinking water are $5 for $10. And get a free $25 Fleet Farm gift card when you buy $100 worth of Columbia apparel or $100 of Ariat apparel. Stock up on all your summer needs at the best prices guaranteed at Fleet Farm. And check out even more weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA, founder of Right Choice Tax Resolution and best-selling author on how to have less stress with the IRS. We have talked with a number of new clients who told us the same story. They had a tax situation and went with one of those national firms with the TV and radio ads. They guarantee they can settle your tax owed for pennies on the dollar. They take a $10,000 fee up front, and then you never hear from them again. We are a local firm and just want to help you resolve your situation so you can get on with your life. Don't let your bank account get wiped out, your paycheck or Social Security check get garnished, or a lien put on your house so you can't sell it or get refinanced. The state can even put a hold on your occupational license. Make the right choice and call 844-222-1192 or visit rightchoicetax.us today. Schedule a free meeting so we can talk and come up with a solution to solve your situation now. It will not go away if you bury your head in the sand. The first meeting is free. Call now, 844-222-1192 or visit rightchoicetax.us.
Do you remember there was a time when people
9:36 on Wisconsin's Morning News this Tuesday morning. They're busting people. They're catching them on camera doing bad stuff, dumping tires in Milwaukee, and today they're going to call them out.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Been a problem in the city for quite some time. Property owners facing big fines for the illegal acts of others. Some making a criminal business out of it, charging people to take care of old tires and then dumping them on vacant lots or other properties.
I have become the tire lady, unfortunately, but
listen, I'm not tired about it.
The tire lady, Alderwoman Andrea Pratt, is local media. I think the big push came first from 12 News with the chopper shots of mountains of tires showing up on properties. Common Council established a task force to try and address the problem, and right now, you got eyes on this and haven't started yet?
It looks like it is just getting going. Once I get audio, I'll let you know. All right, this is Mayor Cavalier Johnson holding a news conference where he's going to bring up this very topic.
Let's listen into the mayor here, and then I'll backfill with some of the detail.
Some really early results from our illegal dumping camera pilot program. Now, to remind you, we've placed cameras in locations all throughout the city that have frequent cases of illegal dumping. Now, the program's goal was to increase the successful prosecution of criminals who cause blight in our city by dumping illegally in neighborhoods throughout Milwaukee. Through the combined efforts of the Department of Neighborhood Services, along with the Milwaukee Police Department, we continue to see citations based on the camera footage that we've obtained from the camera network that we've established. Although I'm pleased with the initial progress, it's also pretty disheartening, though, that despite this program, other outreach efforts and the coverage that is presented by those in local media, unfortunately, we're not lacking illegal dumping offenders. As an example, just 2 weeks ago, our cameras caught one person who dumped not once, not twice, but 3 times. A person dumped 3 times at the same location. The very next day, we caught another offender who dumped twice, 2 times, at a different location. If you take a look at the poster that's standing to my right, you'll see some of this in action here. Now, we won't identify these suspects today because they've not appeared in court to answer these citations. But because the Common Council did vote to increase the maximum illegal dumping citation from $2,000 on up to $5,000, a move that I supported wholeheartedly, because folks who dump illegally in our community should face a consequence. I've said it repeatedly. Folks who cause death, harm, or destruction, and this certainly is harm in our community, they should be held fully accountable. So I fully support the increase in the citation. These two suspects
Listening
were
to Milwaukee
rewarded
Mayor Campbell
with some
Johnson, he's hosting a news conference at City Hall right now where he's talking about successful efforts so far to catch people who are dumping illegally, primarily tires, in various spots around the city on camera, and then using the video that's acquired to track those people down. He's citing two successful examples, and the individuals he cited there faced fines of some $25,000. And based on the fact that they're return customers, what did he say? The one person 3 times, another person 2 times. What we learned about from the city is that there are people who are operating sort of criminal businesses of, Eric's got a small auto body shop. You want to get rid of the 3 tires that you have here, so you hire Vinny's Towing to come out and take care of that. So you pay me to take these tires, and then instead of properly disposing of them, then what I do is I just find a vacant lot somewhere, chuck them over the fence, and then I just pocket the money.
And what they were finding was that people who were doing this were still making money despite the fines they were slapped
even after
with.
they got caught.
So they'd pay some fines but still make a hefty amount of money. So they raised the fine level for that purpose in order to really to make it hurt so people couldn't keep doing it.
So the mayor's talking about that right now. The camera investment is not that sizable. I talked with someone inside the City Department of Neighborhood Services who told me they have 5 active sites with multiple cameras at each site. And then what they're doing is they're going back over that video then to scour that for people who they can later then track down. But already successful in capturing a few of those folks. Another thing that was promised, and we do have our Sean Brinda there from WTMJ at the news conference, so we'll learn a little bit more information from Sean. But the other thing they were going to do is show some video perhaps of some of the other people whom they have not yet identified, but they caught throwing stuff into these vacant properties.
And you wonder if it's going to be like Joe Six-Pack type guys or if it's going to be like a rig with plenty of tires involved. Be very curious to see who these people are.
I think a fair enough question that was asked, and somebody sent me an email when we talked about this earlier today, and Chris said, I've heard all about the tire dumping and all of that. Yeah. He goes, really important information. Yes, people should know how to research it themselves, but your station reaches so many people, it could be helpful to share, like, what are you supposed to do with tires? So I think probably a lot of us residentially, unless you're working on your car yourself, you don't have old tires. So probably that's for smaller shops and whatnot. But either way, if you have old tires, I guess the best I can tell you right now is in the city of Milwaukee, or perhaps the community in which you live has your recycling center or your garbage center or whatever.
Waste management.
Right, waste management. You would check with your local municipality as to how you're supposed to do that. I think where I live in Greendale, there's probably a fee associated with that for me if I go to our recycling center when I dispose of that. I know that's the case for electronics or other things.
Right.
But best case is to look at your local municipality, and they'll have instructions as to how you can properly dispose of those tires. And if you're throwing them over the fence at some vacant property, Milwaukee says we're watching. 9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Transform your home with Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring. The Hillcrest series is waterproof and offers superior protection to stains and foot traffic. Save big money on all Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Lots of ants. That's what the Bugman says he's hearing about this time of year. Vince Vitrano for the Bugman and Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense from the Bugman himself. That's Adam over there. So we're getting calls left and right for dealing with ant colonies in the yard and foragers in the house. So those are the yard ants that come on inside looking for food, and some of them never leave. Well, right now would be a good time, Adam says, for ant treatments as well as mosquito, flea, and tick treatments. We want to help people protect their families from ticks and their dogs from fleas and ticks by having us treat the property. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated. You love all of those things. And 20% off your first service, so you're saving money when you tell them Vinny sent you. You love that too. BugmanQueenBee.com.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocer's freezer food aisle. Palermo's. Flavor is our family's business.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Still holding out some hope in Texas.
Happening today.
Devastating weekend flooding in central Texas. More than 100 people now confirmed dead in that flash flooding that sent the Guadalupe River over its banks, sweeping into campgrounds and homes. Hundreds of rescue workers racing the clock, but not only that, they're fighting exhaustion. Here's a guy who is there volunteering to help in the search.
We're out there early and we're out there till we're falling over. When you looked at these guys, we're exhausted. They were emotionally tired by looking at the devastation, finding children's Bibles on the ground, looking through people's wreckage of their life. It takes a toll on you.
Vigils held across the state on Monday. Here's a woman who, and I wanted you to hear from her because I think she really shares what a lot of us are thinking and feeling and kind of what we do in this situation. This is far away, unless you got folks there, but far away for a lot of us. And, she does what so many parents, what grandparents do, is you immediately, especially when you're talking about children, right? And we have a couple of these camps where children were swept away. You put the faces of your children, of your grandparent, of your grandchildren, right, on these victims, and you see that and you feel that.
My heart breaks for the families. Sorry.
To be honest, we looked at it and we were like, I was like, where's the luxury?
I mean, I think if it was my grandkids, that's what I think about. I don't know if I would make it.
Hard to listen to and certainly identifiable for so many of us as parents, as grandparents, as aunts and uncles. You think of the little ones. So here's a 10-year-old little girl who also is going through this. She's feeling things that you wouldn't want any child to ever have to feel, to have to deal with. She lost a couple of friends.
Lainey, she was a really sweet girl going into 3rd grade. I didn't really know her that much, but she was still nice. And Margaret, I did field hockey with her, and she was so sweet, so caring, and I knew her older sister really well.
Doesn't that make you saddy?
Jeez.
First of all, just nothing like the little voice, right? Of children and what she was saying and what she had to talk about and what she maybe doesn't fully realize in the moment.
Oh, man. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough to process this.
So
especially given the fact that, we've all done this. We've all either gone to camp or sent a kid to camp.
Right, yes. Yeah. And then so many of those kids, they're not coming back. Today, continued questions about warning systems as well. A couple of things I want to get to in this. We spoke with ABC's Jim Ryan in Texas earlier this week. He knows the area well. And Jim told us there were preliminary warnings about flooding and the potential for that out for days. So people knew, but it's also one of these things where they're kind of familiar with that in this region of the country, in that part of Texas. So probably they heard that and okay, we'll keep our eye out. But in the moment, there was nothing to alert sleeping campers or residents that the worst fears of that flooding were beginning to materialize.
The downpour began before dawn on Friday when people were asleep in their beds, their RVs, or in tents in the many campgrounds along the Guadalupe River. On Fox News, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says,
had we had sirens along this area, up and down, it's possible that would have saved some of these lives.
We should also point out, too, that it's hindsight to know how bad it was, whereas you may have thought you were prepared for some flooding, but I don't know if anyone actually could process this crush of water. So we spoke with TMJ4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Wisnansky earlier today on Wisconsin's Morning News, and he talked about this region and just how rocky the terrain is and what that could do for potential extreme flooding.
This is an area that is some pretty rough terrain. This isn't like flatland Texas. This is, I wouldn't classify it as mountains, but definitely, little valleys and little mountains and, streams that go from being bone dry for 90% of the year into, a raging Mississippi River, and just like that when you get these flash flooding events. So, what happened there was an extreme, amount of rain. There's a pocket that saw over 20 inches of rain in a very short period of time. And
20 inches of rain. I mean, it's hard to plan and prepare for that if you get 20 inches in a short amount of time.
I think your point is well taken also. Anytime something happens, we want to look back. What could we would have done? What
sure.
could we have done?
As we should. And Nizzy
Yes.
said that. There's plenty of things I'm sure we can learn from this.
But also, sometimes nature happens. What more could they have done? Okay, sirens. Then, right, people realizing this isn't just move the chairs and the stuff on the campsite a little bit further in away from the river. This is life-threatening flooding. This is swamp the cabin. This is way over its banks kind of stuff, I suppose. But even at that, we've talked about people wanting to have sirens more often than not in relationship to severe weather in Wisconsin, and how even though we get the alerts on our phone, some folks, until I hear the sirens, it doesn't resonate. So, and even at that, we all are guilty of sort of being calmed into, well, I got a warning, but it didn't come to fruition. I saw a tornado warning, but no tornado crushed my house. So, you tend to not take it as seriously as you can. So you can warn only so much. And sometimes you say, nature happened and it's terribly unfortunate. But they are investigating whether or not there might be upgraded warning systems. Texas today continues to mourn its dead and hope a little bit beyond hope that maybe more survivors can still be found. 9:52, Wisconsin's Morning News.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
But the car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
Steve and Ashley heard our radio ads over the years, and when it came time to buy their first home, they clicked on the blue button. We sent them a credit-verified pre-approval the same day and upgraded to a rock-solid, fully verified and guaranteed pre-approval shortly thereafter. We also let them know about AccuNet's property-specific pre-approval, where we might be able to include those magic words, no appraisal required. When they wrote their next offer, several $1,000s over asking to make sure someone else didn't end up sleeping in their dream home, their property-specific rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval did include that most powerful phrase, no appraisal required, and the sellers picked Steve and Ashley's offer over several others. If you think all mortgage lenders and pre-approvals are the same, think again. Go with the local mortgage lender that has the tools and know-how to help you win. We'll also likely save you $1,000 to $3,000 in closing costs for exactly the same rate as your bank. Whether you're looking to buy or refi, click on the blue button today at accunet.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting, the owner of brand new windows in our home. We got some back window treatments and sliding glass doors out to our new patio now, which we're super excited about. Much taller and elegant looking than what we had there. And it's just when you walk in and out, you just feel like royalty kind of. Yes, I'm outside now. Super, super impressed and pleased with working with the Tri-County crew. Steven and his crew, they were amazing. CJ came a couple of times. These guys just all about working with the customer, helping you make sure you're in a good place with what they're doing, showing you what they're doing, how they're doing it. I'm a big believer in contractors who are transparent and walk you through the process. Could not have been more pleased with Tri-County Contracting. Remember, we tell you all about their roofing. There's more than that. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in Southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Tune in to Wisconsin's Midday News with Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
From Maine Jones, the man charged with shooting 2 of our Milwaukee police officers, ultimately killing one of them.
Bringing you the latest in news, sports, traffic, and weather.
The Bucks are hanging on to a couple of players from last year. Gary Trent Jr. is back on a modest deal. He was a very good player. Torian Prince will be back. Pat Connaughton is going to be traded to the Hornets, according to multiple reports.
Only on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
It's 70 degrees in Milwaukee as we roll on this Tuesday morning.
Hey, one night only. Tonight's the night. Another showing of
The Miz.
Yes, get your tickets now, Vince. The Miz
so excited.
Returns tonight to American Family Field. Jacob Mizorowski.
He is putting on a show.
And he is putting on a show tonight. Because Miz will have a special guest star, a special appearance from future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw.
Open up the velvet rope and let him in. Clayton Kershaw.
Yes, Mr. Kershaw, your table is ready. Welcome to the red carpet here. Take a couple of pictures, would you?
Right this way, sir.
He just became the 20th player in history, in MLB history, to record 3,000 strikeouts. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. If this were a Broadway show, they'd be throwing the roses at this guy after the game.
Kershaw doffing his cap to the crowd. This adoring crowd here at Dodger Stadium.
Yes, but tonight he's got to deal with The Miz as they both dance out there on the hill.
I don't know if there's any it's not.
We did ask.
It's not the Savannah Bananas.
Pat Murphy joined us earlier, and we did ask him, like, does Miz even know who Kershaw is? And he said, oh, no, he understands. He respects the history of the game, but he won't get caught up into it today, really. But he will look back at it. That's what Murph's thought was. Either way, critics raving about tonight.
That was filthy.
And just a quick reminder, if you're still thinking about it, whether or not you want to go out to that game.
We may never see a moment like this again.
You never know.
You know, I'd like to see Kershaw get rocked.
Yeah, a good old-fashioned boat race, just like last night. Yeah. 2 boat races.
Do you have any concern that Mizorowski does not bounce back from getting touched up in New York?
Nah,
that was his first test of that.
No.
Seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, just needs to have a little bit of control.
Okay.
And don't throw any meatballs with the bases loaded, and you're golden.
Well, some days you got it, and some days you don't in sports, even the best among them. So if he wants to be that guy, he's got to bounce right back against Kershaw tonight.
Right. Tonight, right here on WTMJ Radio. If you missed any portion of the program, just text the word Vince to the WTMJ talk and text line 855-616-1620. That's Vince, V-I-N-C-E. Greg has it all diced up into easy, snackable pieces of audio, and you can enjoy all of it.
Anything worth listening to in the last 4 hours, you think?
Yeah, I thought Brian Niznansky's perspective was pretty darn good. I thought Olivia Rinaldi from CBS at the White House, the number of things she
ripped through at least half a dozen things going on.
Incredible. Great stuff on the updates on the flooding on Amazon Prime Day. Lots to get to. You can find it all on the old podcast page. Just text the word Vince.
9:58. We yield to Point Taken next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Splash Mountain is locked and loaded tonight. The rides are free.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.